Good morning, everyone, members, officers, and any members of the public who are viewing the live stream. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Martin Khan, and I'm chairing the meeting. My vice chair is Councillor Peter Fane. Those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed. By your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you are deemed to have consented to being filmed, and so, so the use of images and sound recordings for a webcast and archive recordings. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their camera and microphone remain off unless they are addressing the committee. For those of us present in the room, please ensure your microphone is close to you and speak clearly when addressing the room. I am advised that there will be a brief fire alarm test at 10:30 a.m, so we'll briefly pause the meeting at that time. For those of us in the chamber, please note that we do not have to leave the building during these tests. Councillor Rippeth, who has been a member of the Planning Committee for a number of years, is unfortunately stepping down due to other commitments. And I'd like to hereby note our appreciation of her contribution to this committee. If at any time a member leaves the meeting, would they please make the fact known so that it can be recorded in the minutes? Before we move on to the rest of the business, I would like to propose a variance in the order of business to take application 23-03311 for Roseville Gamlingay as the sixth item of business, effectively swapping it in application 23-03642 H4 Whitehall, Falmere in the running order. Do I have a seconder for this proposal? Thank you. Councillor Peter Fane. Can I take it by affirmation? Thank you. Thank you, members. The variance in the order of business is agreed. Now, item 2 on the agenda, apologies for absence. Lawrence, are there any apologies for absence today?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Just one apology for absence today from Councillor Jeff Harvey. Thank you.
Thank you. Declaration of interest. Members, we now come to item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on the agenda? An interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please would you raise it at that point? Councillor Handley.
Yes, Chair, I'll declare a non-pecuniary interest for agenda item 5, the Camborne agenda. I'll withdraw and won't vote.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Non-pecuniary interests, the item at Bourne, it's in my ward. I have attended meetings that it was discussed at the parish council, but I come to the matter fresh.
Okay. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So on agenda item 5, there is reference to the Greater Cambridge Partnership where I sit as an Assembly member, but there's been no discussions about the application there.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Item 7, I assume it's taken as given that we're all familiar with Councillor Dr. Hobro, who's the applicant. So.
Any others? Thank you very much. Item 4 on the agenda is the minutes of the previous meetings. Firstly, we have the minutes of the meeting on the 13th of December 2023 up for approval, which were published as a supplement on the 10th of January 2024. Do any members wish to make any amendments to these minutes? Can I take the approval of this minutes by affirmation? Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
thank you,
Chair.
Sorry.
I was not at the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, members. The minutes of the meeting held on 13th of December 2023 are agreed as a correct record. We also had the minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of December 2023 up for approval, which were published as a supplement on the 15th of January 2024. There was also a restricted minute that was published on the same date. The contents of the restricted minute are not for discussion in open session, but members, I will ask if we are happy to take the restricted minute as a correct record now, and if any amendments are required, we will move to defer the approval of these minutes. Is everybody happy? Okay, can we take the restricted minutes as a correct record? With that, do any members wish to make any amendments to the public part of the minutes? Thank you. Can we take the approval of these minutes by affirmation? Agreed. Agreed. Thank you. Thank you, members. The minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of December are agreed as a correct record. Now, let's come to item 5 on the agenda. This lights application number 23/00123 lands south of the pond, Camborne Business Park, Camborne. The erection of 256 dwellings. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair, as a cabinet member, I cannot sit on this, so I'll be excusing myself.
Thank you. Erection of 256 dwellings and change of use of the existing marketing suite to a cafe, landscaping, car parking, substations, bin and bike store, and associated works. The application is being brought to committee because South Cambridgeshire District Council has a direct interest in the application as part applicant. There were a number of key issues, and the site was visited on the 4th of October 2023. The recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions, and the Section 106 agreement. Aaron Coe is the presenting officer. Aaron, can you take us through?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Get the laser pointer. So the application site is land to the north of Lower Camborne, which lies to the south of Camborne Business Park Road. The application reference number is 23/00123/FUL. The scheme proposes the erection of 256 dwellings and the change of use of the existing marketing suite to a cafe with landscaping, car parking, substations, bin and bike stores. This is a Regulation 3 planning application which is submitted by South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership, which is a joint venture between South Cambridgeshire District Council and Hill. This was set up in 2020 with the main objective being to deliver high quality homes in sustainable locations. Just before moving into the presentation, I have a couple of verbal updates to make members aware of. Firstly, following the publication of the report, a typo has been noticed in the wording of condition 23. This condition should require the details of the energy strategy to be fully implemented and thereafter attained in accordance with the approved details. So as you can see on this slide, the reference to prior to the occupation of any dwelling has been struck through and removed from this condition. Secondly, a further representation has been received from representatives of Zeiss, who are the occupiers of building 1030 on the business park to the east of the site, the application site. This representation has not raised any new issues that have not already been addressed in the published committee report, and the representation requests that engagement and collaboration between the applicants and Zeiss continues through the discharge of condition process in respect of noise, vibration, and electromagnetic interference. The strategy documents will be submitted in respect of the relevant conditions that are recommended. So moving into the detail of the presentation now. For context, the red line location plan shown on this slide shows the application site. The site is located to the north of Lower Camborne, and the site is bound by the Camborne Business Park, which includes the District Hall, where we're sat today, immediately to the north of the application site, as you can see, shown on the slide. For wider context, this slide shows the aerial view of the existing 3 linked villages within Camborne, and the most recent development of Camborne West, which remains under construction. As existing, the application site is an undeveloped area of open space, with the exception of the temporary car park located in the northeastern corner of the site. For context, this slide shows some existing site photos. Site images 1 and 2 show looking westwards along the Business Park Road towards South Cambridgeshire Hall, and the development will be situated behind the existing street line trees shown in image 1. So you'd have a continuous built frontage of dwellings along the Business Park Road. Image 3 shows the existing foot and cycle path that runs along the southern boundary of the application site, and existing and new footpaths from the proposed development will connect into these surrounding links. Image 5 shows a public square adjacent to the office building, and image 6 just shows the views across the application site itself. So moving on to the proposal, The application proposes 256 residential units, 102 of which will be affordable homes, and the change of use of the existing marketing suite. So the site is allocated under policy SS8 for the development of a sustainable new settlement, which would be linked to Cambourne. An additional parcel of land immediately to the north of the allocation was put forward for development as part of the outline application and was granted for 2,350 dwellings with employment, education and community facilities. So the application site being discussed today falls within the same allocation within the local plan 2018, but is outside of the red line boundary of the approved outline consent for Cambourne West. So you can see here the application site falls within the allocation, and this is the red line for the Cambourne West development. So the applicants have been through an extensive pre-application process with the local planning authority. The scheme's been presented to Cambridgeshire Quality Panel twice at pre-application stage, and through good engagement with officers, proposed character areas have been established to bring identity and positive placemaking to the scheme. And the next few slides will go on to talk through these character areas that have been established. So as you can see on this slide, we've got the Business Park Road frontage. A more urban character is proposed in this area, mixture of detached, semi-detached and terrace properties. And the townhouses are designed to incorporate two-storey elements between the three-storey forms, with the design intention being to express the roof form and create a continuous rhythm along the Business Park Road frontage. Three-storey elements of these houses have pitched roofs, and with flat roofs proposed to the lower two-storey elements, which will also include roof terrace spaces for the use by future occupants. And this slide just shows street scene elevations for further context along the Business Park Road. And then we have the backs character area. This area is located to the rear of the dwellings that front onto the business park. These units are proposed to be served by a rear access arrangement and seek to serve a functional purpose by enabling servicing to both the dwellings fronting the business park to the north and to the south as well. So as you can see on this area highlighted in red, the Backs Road will run east and west along the site, and servicing arrangements will be enabled from the rear of the properties. And this slide just shows again the elevations of the north and the south when viewed from the Backs area. Moving on to the apartment blocks in the development, there are 3 apartment blocks across the scheme. As shown on this plan, we've got A adjacent to the square, B adjacent to the commercial building, and C in the southwest corner of the site. So the 2 blocks A and B are proposed to be 4-storey in height, and block C is proposed at 3 stories in height. The 4-storey apartment blocks have been located at landmark points adjacent to the commercial development at Cambourne Business Park, which helps provide a transition between the larger scale commercial development to the north and east and the proposed residential development. Apartment block A, shown on this slide, is proposed to include 15 units and is located immediately adjacent to the public square and South Cambridgeshire District Hall. It's been positioned to provide enclosure to the public square and form a vista stop along the Business Park Road. And this just shows apartment block B, again another 15 units within this apartment block. And this is the block that will be adjacent to buildings 1030, as you can see in the background. So sort of the relationship in design is considered acceptable and well related. And then we've got apartment block C, which is a 3-storey block and provides a more rural edge development in this location within the site. So the park, we've got a large multi-use green space, which is proposed right within the centre of the development to serve the future residents. The finer details of the hard and soft landscaping proposed, play equipment, the street furniture, all of these details will be secured by condition. As you can see, a number of homes will front onto this space, so there'll be good natural surveillance of this area. And this just shows the street scene elevations of the properties that will front onto the park. And then we have the Muse Streets located to the east and west of the Central Park, shown on this slide again, highlighted in red. These will be 2 and 2.5 story detached and semi-detached units. The materials detail and reflect the appearance of the dwellings to the north and south of the park, and they've been designed to create vista terminations and carefully considered the street corners. We've got features such as corner windows, contrasting brick detailing, which have been introduced and considered appropriate. The finer details of the materials, again, will be secured by condition. The dwellings within the Muse Street have on-plot car parking between the units and are accessed via a shared surface space. And then we have the courtyards along the southern edge of the development, adjacent to Lower Cambourne, which is a lower density area centred around open courtyard spaces and proposed to be 2-storey in height. These units, as I said, have been designed to achieve a rural character with larger gardens, and appropriate materials are proposed. During the course of the application, additional soft landscaping has been and tree planting has been introduced in the courtyard spaces to help break up the hard landscape space. The final details will be secured by condition 10 of the planting. So the housing mix, this slide shows the 10-year plan. A policy compliant provision of affordable homes at 40% is proposed. And this is shown on the plan here. So we've got 71% rented, 29% intermediate within the 40% affordable housing. The unit sizes offer a good balanced mix of unit types and are considered policy compliant. So as you can see on this 10-year plan, the units in yellow are the private market homes, and the blue and the green are the affordable homes. As I said, we've got 72 affordable rent, 30 intermediate, which will be shared ownership properties, given a 40% policy compliant scheme. So moving on to the key material planning considerations. These are listed on this slide and have been addressed within the published committee report. Principle of development, as set out within paragraphs 9.2 to 9.53 of the committee report, the principle of development for the uses proposed are considered acceptable. As I've just mentioned, the housing provision, appropriate mix of market and affordable is achieved, policy compliant 40% affordable scheme. Character and landscape, strong character areas and landscaping have been developed through engagement with officers at pre-application stage. The scheme is supported by the Council of Specialist Urban Design and Landscape teams. In respect of biodiversity, a net gain of 20% is targeted, and this will be achieved through an off-site provision. And the details of this will be secured through planning condition and the Section 106 legal agreement, which will also require the details of management and monitoring for a 30-year period. In terms of trees, the proposal involves the removal of 4 Category B trees, 2 Category C trees, and small groups of trees along the edge, which will enable the provision of the connection points to the walking and cycling infrastructure. The proposals introduce 318 additional trees as part of the development. Flood risk and drainage, the details have been agreed with the LLFA and will be secured by relevant planning conditions. Highways and transport, in consultation with the county highways engineers and the transport assessment team, the scheme has been considered acceptable. Car and cycle parking, the application proposes 808 cycle parking spaces, which exceeds the cycle parking standards as required by the local plan. For the dwelling, cycle parking spaces are proposed to be located within stores, within rear gardens and within the garages. All of the dwellings along the Business Park Road frontage are proposed to have on-plot visitor cycle parking in the form of Sheffield stands. The proposed blocks of flats will also have 1 cycle parking space per bedroom, which are proposed to be located within communal stores at ground floor level. There will also be general public visitor cycle parking spaces across the site. The final details of this will be secured by condition 9. In terms of residential amenity, the nearest neighbouring properties as existing are located within Lower Cambourne, and the development is not considered to impact the amenity of these properties, with the closest property being 55 metres within Akeley Drive. So yeah, given this extensive distance, the impacts are not considered to be harmful on the existing properties. All dwellings are proposed to have external amenity spaces that meet or exceed the council's district design guide in terms of size. And the scheme is considered acceptable in this regard. Sustainability, the scheme is proposed to be a gas-free development and deliver the council's first net zero carbon council rented properties. These units have been designed to passive house principles through a fabric-first construction and will include the use of air source heat pumps, mechanical ventilation and PV panels. The proposed development will reduce carbon emissions by 72% site-wide, which is compared to the Part L 2013 building regs baseline, which significantly exceeds the minimum 10% as required under local plan policy. 100% of the houses are proposed to have active EV charging spaces, and a minimum of 50% active chargers are proposed for the apartment blocks. Water resources. The local planning authority issued a screening opinion on the 18th of February 2022. Since this opinion was issued, circumstances have changed and new evidence has emerged relating to groundwater abstraction and the potential increased risk of deterioration of water courses caused by the level of abstraction. The screening response that was issued has been reviewed by officers, specifically the potential impact on water resources, and officers maintain the view that given the scale of the development, the fact the proposed site was allocated and the development would therefore not constitute EIA development. The applicants have committed to 99 litres per person per day in terms of water consumption, which is a betterment on the adopted local plan policy requirement of 110 litres. An overview of the specifications of sanitary ware and appliances proposed to be used within the development have been submitted, and the details to ensure 99 litres per person per day is achieved is secured by planning condition 23. In terms of open space, officers are satisfied, having regard to the wider site context, the proposed development provides sufficient quantities of on-site open space to achieve the objectives of the local plan. The layout of the development incorporates a range of open spaces, including a local equipped area of play, a lap, a local area of play, and other incidental open spaces. As set out within the report, the provision of on-site high-quality open space and off-site contributions towards community facilities and sports provision. Overall, the proposals are considered acceptable. Moving on to the impact on neighbouring buildings and businesses. So paragraph 193 of the MPPF 2023 states that decisions should ensure new developments can be integrated effectively with existing businesses and community facilities. Existing businesses and facilities should not have unreasonable restrictions placed on them as a result of the development after they were established. Following the deferral of the application at the October Planning Committee, the applicants, ZEISS, and local planning authority officers have engaged in collaborative meetings and discussions which have been informed by technical input. These meetings have resulted in the relocation of the substation along the eastern boundary to a position further away from the commercial building at building 1030, which is occupied by ZEISS. The revised location of the substation is now proposed to be more than 30 metres from the eastern boundary, and the detailed locations of the cable runs proposed to serve apartment block B, the houses along the eastern boundary, and the EV charging are going to be secured by planning condition. And also, so the outcome of these technical meetings has resulted in the preparation of 3 strategy documents focused on implementing the development in a manner that delivers and agrees effective mitigation measures relating to noise, vibration, and electromagnetic interference. The ZEISS design standard limits have been agreed, and the mechanisms for monitoring these limits to ensure ZEISS can continue to operate without unreasonable restrictions has been achieved. So subject to the imposition of these conditions, the development is considered to meet the requirements of paragraph 193 of the MPPF. And the applicants have committed to continued engagement with both the LPA and ZEISS in the preparation of these final strategy documents, which will be submitted to satisfy the relevant conditions. Lastly, developer contributions. So there are a raft of developer contributions being secured, as set out in Table 1 of the committee report at paragraph 9.145. These include contributions towards education, transport, community and sports facilities, and amount to a total financial contribution of £3.3 million, and these will be secured by way of a Section 106 agreement. So to conclude, the planning balance for this case, for the reasons set out within the officer report, and as detailed within this presentation, officers consider the benefits of the scheme to significantly outweigh the harm, and the planning balance in this case is considered to fall in favour of the approval of the application, subject to the recommended planning obligations and conditions. That's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or clarification, please? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few of them. First of all, on page 11, 6.6, in relation to transport, it says the network appears to be operating in a satisfactory manner. And I'm just conscious that in local government, sometimes there are words like satisfactory or good, or they have a technical sort of grading of what you can meet. Is that just a subjective view of somebody, or is that a technical term? Chair, would you like me to take them one by one, or list them?
How many?
Good question. I have 3 others.
Can you do 2 and then do 2?
Yeah. So then on page 12, 6.12, it refers to the no longer required contribution towards primary school places. And I just would like to know, because obviously at last committee we had a similar with the secondary school, there was no contribution needed. But actually what we saw was a consequence then of later on down the line, pupils will be forced to travel further. So in relation to this, is it a case of there is, at least over a significant period, able to accommodate, or are we in a similar position here where it's okay in the immediate term, but overall people will have to travel as a consequence of not having this contribution? And then I have 2 more, Chair, which I'll wait.
Okay, can we have the answer first, too?
Thanks, Councillor Williams. So, in terms of transport, the transport assessment team have considered the arrangement to be satisfactory. They've viewed the modelling that's been submitted within the transport assessment, and the highway is considered to be capable of accommodating the development. Obviously, the Campbell West development has been included within the modelling that's been reviewed. With the measures proposed, the transport assessment team have advised the details acceptable. Their technical response, yeah.
Just want to check, because sometimes there are sort of a scale where the satisfactory good, but sometimes we find that satisfactory is actually the top one. Sometimes it's the middle. So I'm just trying to get an idea of the scale.
Shall I just comment? I mean, obviously we can't speak on behalf of the transport engineers of the county council, but I think one needs to read this in the round, in that their conclusions are that they raise no objection to the application. Clearly they probably have in their minds the further works to improve the network that are part of the Campbell West Planning Permission Section 106 agreements. Obviously some of those works haven't yet been completed. So I think you need to draw your own conclusions based upon the fact that they've said there's no objections. We can't obviously comment on whether or not the word satisfactory is it implies any kind of form of specific judgment. As Aaron said, the technical appraisal supports the conclusions that they've reached. You asked a question about contributions as well. We're not the local education authority, and clearly the county council operate a model for forecasting school places and child yield and so on from developments. They've obviously drawn that conclusion, and I think in the absence of anything else available to you as planning committee, it would be unsound to preempt an alternative form of modelling or outcome in their comments.
Okay, can we have the last two?
Yes, I'll go for the next two. So on page 13, 6.29, I can see that the waste services have requested information. Is there conditioning to, to deal and secure with the information that follows? So I was sort of looking at their list, but couldn't quite see how the response was. That may be my interpretation of the wording, but on everything else, we've kind of got, this is what was said, this is what's responded. We didn't seem to have that there, so I'm just wondering whether that's been satisfied. And then on page 17, in relation to paragraph 6.67, designing out crime officer, it does say... It's good to know it works, Chair. It does, on the last two bullet points, say there are still remaining concerns, and do officers feel that this is something that could be addressed with the hit and miss fencing proposed and footpath locations between the plots? I take it they still remain concerned, but what sort of severity is that? Sort of what weight would be attributed to that?
So yeah, in response to your waste question, so during the course of the application, the applicants have submitted an updated sort of refuse strategy which shows all of the vehicle tracking, the reasons for the capacities proposed, the reverse distances of the bin lorries, and that's considered acceptable and to be in line with the guidance document that the Shared Waste Service have. And on the designing out crime officer, so the last 2 points, the designing out crime officer's position hasn't changed, but for design reasons, for connectivity reasons, the benefits of having these connections in these locations and the hit and miss fencing sort of on that rural edge development, that's quite a common feature on developments to have hit and miss fencing. Officers support the design choices by the applicants.
Okay, Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got two points. One is just to ask for some clarification on the design. Obviously, I think, as has been referenced a few times, we had a new NPPF in December, so after this was first scheduled for committee. The NPPF, excuse me, NPPF now talks about the creation of high quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings. Planning policies and decisions should ensure the developments are visually attractive as a result of good architecture, layout and appropriate and effective landscaping. That's paragraph 135B. The 2023 NPPF I think gets a short mention just at the end of the design section. But can I clarify that the design of this development has been assessed against the new NPPF? Because I'll be honest, I struggle to find it beautiful. I find a lot of bland beige brick buildings. But it would be useful to have clarification if it's been assessed against that. My second point was question was about condition 23, which was mentioned earlier, and this condition that all units shall, and I'm quoting, achieve potable water use of no more than 99 litres per person per day. Can I just ask for some clarity about what that actually means, particularly the word shall? Now, I'm assuming, and it'd be useful to have clarity, that there are not going to be meters on these houses that shut off the water supply if more than 99 litres is exceeded. You can't stop people having long showers if they want to. So when we say shall achieve, what does that mean? And how is that actually enforceable if the people who live in the houses, as I say, have a nice long shower every day and they use more than 99 litres? What does it mean?
If I just respond to, I mean, I think certainly, obviously, one of the considerations of the planning committee is the extent to which the proposal meets the NPPF in terms of the appearance and quality of the design. Certainly, I think it's officers' conclusions that it is a high quality design scheme and it does contribute positively in the context of the NPPF revisions. The applicant in this case, one of the applicants has obviously a track record of delivering award-winning high-quality development that gives confidence to the implementation of detailed design in that regard, which is why we've reached the conclusion that we have. In terms of condition 23, you're absolutely right. There is no facility for authorities to impose a kind of shut-off valve or some form of limitation in terms of access to water. It's a fundamental right, one would expect, for any individual. But the way that the calculation is made is to go into some considerable detail about the fittings within the properties, particularly sanitary ware, but also all water consumption fittings, the use of things like water butts and so on to reduce the need for watering from the mains in gardens, in order to come up with a calculation that equates to a normal occupation pattern per dwelling. The wider work that's going on at the moment across the Greater Cambridge area looking at this point places significance on the kind of design parameters, and what the condition 23 aims to do is to make sure that the specification of all of those internal fittings for the dwellings corresponds with the assumptions that are in the submission that's been made, so that although we can't control the number of people living in a particular property, or indeed, as you say, if they take long or short showers, the fittings and the limitations in terms of flow rates within those fittings should correspond with the figure that's stated. And of course, the Secretary of State's recent written ministerial statement means that such measures are justified as well, as is the condition in circumstances of high water stress that we exist in Greater Cambridge.
Thank you. Councillor Eileen Wilson.
Thank you. On page 37, paragraph 991, it refers to increase in biodiversity, and it mentions an off-site provision. Could I have some explanation of that, please?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. So yeah, off-site provision will be within the district. The applicants are working to sort of commit to which site that will be, and making sure it's close to the application site to achieve that 20% net gain. So that's as submitted. The net gain sort of information and surveys have changed through the course of the application after doing a resurvey. As you'll see, sort of the wildflower that's been planted on the Business Park Road, that's increased the baseline to make it more difficult to achieve that net gain percentage. They've had to the applicants have redone that work, submitted the survey information, and are working to get that 20% net gain. So the actual policy requirement at the moment is for the 10%, but they're going for the 20% above and beyond.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Sanford. Peter Sanford.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Returning to water resources, Planning Committee will no doubt be aware that the Environment Agency has put a hold on major developments in Greater Cambridge because of concerns about the water supply. Could I ask for clarification as to whether this site is affected by their actions, and if so, is it a material consideration for this application? Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry if people couldn't hear me earlier on. The development in this case is not EIA development. The discussions that we've had with the Environment Agency are around the environmental impact assessment developments and the objections that they've raised. Indeed, there's a public inquiry going on today around water supply considerations relates to their position on EIA development. What the report aims to do is to highlight that, but the scale of this development and in comparison with those large, substantial water-using schemes that I've referred to, is less. That does not mean that it's not a material planning consideration to bear in mind, but the weight, because the Environment Agency's objection is based upon the risk of deterioration of water bodies as a consequence of abstraction. And when one traces through the scale of this development and considers it in the context of the kind of planned growth, the significance on the risk of deterioration is not zero, because everybody existing properties, this building, has an impact on that risk of deterioration. But what we're arguing in the report, in the planning balance, is that it's not determinative in this case. Clearly, in other cases where there are much more substantial issues of water usage, Bourne Airfield is a case in point with 3,500 dwellings, Water Beach at 4,500, so forth. They have raised wider concerns that there is a sufficient or significant enough concern around that impact to justify their objection. They haven't sought to effectively impose an embargo on all development at this moment in time. And that's a matter that the Water Scarcity Group is continuing to explore and in which this council is participating.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. The case officer referred to the two pre-apps with the quality panel, and in particular to the landmarks, and showed us an illustrative photo of Block A, which I think is a particular landmark site. And at 8.3 in the report, I note that the design and appearance of the apartment blocks was frequently discussed at pre-application workshops. I don't know whether the panels came to a view any specific suggestions and whether those suggestions have been incorporated by the applicants in this case.
So the design and appearance of the apartment blocks would have been considered by the panel. I'm just going to see if there's reference to that in the submission documents. Just bear with me. The design and quality panel have worked. Obviously, given feedback, the urban design team have reviewed this feedback and discussed it with the applicants, and overall the design and location of the apartment blocks have been considered acceptable in line with policy HQ1, and sort of respond well to the surrounding context, both the commercial buildings and the existing residential development within Lower Cambourne and Cambourne West, and have been considered acceptable designs. As I mentioned, the material sort of detail will be secured by condition for these blocks.
Chair, if I could just clarify, certainly, obviously given the nature of this application, I've had a closer involvement because on behalf of the Planning Authority to ensure that there's sufficient rigour to it. But I'm aware of a number of design studies, particularly on a block that related to the square opposite this building, which have determined a number of changes. I think following submission of the application to improve the articulation and form and detailing of that building on the back of the urban design officer's initial concerns that were expressed. We've reached a conclusion on that, and you will do the same in terms of your own views, that the proposals are acceptable, having regard to Councillor Williams's comments on beauty as well as design quality in your local plan.
I would ask a question myself regarding water, which seems to be one of the big concerns at the moment. Is are we restricted to imposing simply a limit on the number of a design limit for the number of litres, or can we recommend individual actions be incorporated to achieve that? What's the position as a local planning authority in trying to reduce? What actions can we take in trying to reduce the actual usage on site? For instance, reuse of grey water within the building. I know that you can't supply grey water to a network, but individual buildings, for instance, be using their grey water.
I think we need to be careful as a planning committee about straying into designing buildings. Our job is to assess the merits of the schemes that have been submitted, and it's on that basis that, particularly through our kind of sustainability officers' participation in quite detailed exploration of the issue of water efficiency in buildings and the submission of details from applicants that quite clearly in this case and in other cases is increasingly going beyond the council's adopted development plan standards. I would urge caution about specifying particular measures because it would then, firstly, there are time issues. So if the building regulations are, as the Secretary of State indicates, changing, then is a risk that specifying particular measures will be at odds with national regulations when it comes to build them. And as I said, particularly in the context of where we are right now, there is a significant amount of work going on to explore every single option to improve the resilience of our environment through water management and the design of buildings, that it would seem inappropriate to come up with specific individual design responses to developments that may risk undermining or contradicting some of that work that should render itself through the Water Resource Management Plan and the strategies of Cambridge Water.
And a second issue linked to this, there is a strategic plan in place to try and improve the water supply in the area, to reduce the pressure on pumping. It's been suggested that they're going to pump from the Grand Union Canal via Grafham Water to the local area. I presume at the moment this area is supplied by Cambridge Water by pumped water rather than from Grafham. How is it anticipated that the development of this site will relate to that? Will it all be developed before the new supply comes on, or will some of it, is it anticipated that some may be developed once the new supply is already available? Just the timing.
That's a long question in some respects to answer briefly, but effectively, obviously, the planning permission, if granted, then has a period when it can be implemented. The Water Resource Management Plan process ongoing at the moment and as yet not finalised seeks to have a rollout of a series of measures. The new water supply infrastructure that Cambridge Water are suggesting is part of the solution. The time frame for that is approximately 2032 for enhancements from the Grafham and transferring water from Grafham into the Cambridge Water area. I think it's largely, the vast majority is pumped. I think there are some small supply options from groundwater that doesn't have the same consequences on the eastern side of the district. And then a much more substantial reservoir being proposed to be brought forward. I can't comment on how quickly these homes will be built, even once a start on site has been made. But it's probable that given the limited number of homes, unlike our large strategic sites, that the majority of these should be completed on the back of water efficiency measures that Cambridge Water are promoting to mean that the existing supply can be stretched further and without the need to increase abstraction, which is Cambridge Water's proposition, rather than based upon new supply. But the subsequent supply route for homes from the surface water, the reservoir water, which properties across Greater Cambridge may well use reservoir water as opposed to groundwater, is something that's not yet been determined.
Thank you. Have we any further questions?
I see none. I see none.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we go into come to the objector. Claire Coates from Camborne Village College. Are you here? You have 3 minutes. We will tell you when it's up, and we'll ask you then to wrap up quickly. So can I hear what you have to say? Thank you very much.
I have a slideshow which I understand is being loaded. But if I can introduce myself as Claire Coates, I am the former principal of Camborne Village College, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the Village College and also the Hardwick and Camborne Community Primary School and all of our stakeholders. I'm speaking in objection to the lack of an all-motor link through the business park to the school site. Next slide, please. A solution is needed to the school's traffic issues, which will be worsened under the proposed plans. The school's access route along Sheepfold Lane is already heavily congested at peak times. The car park gridlocks as soon as there's a blockage on the access road. Motorists seek to avoid the congestion by using Swansley Lane, the main pupil access route. There is no cycle path for our 600 plus cyclists. A fatal accident to a child is waiting to happen. Next slide, please. The current plans will also create even more congestion and negative environmental impact. Our current route from the dual carriageway is estimated to generate more than 430,000 grams per mile of CO2 on current traffic use. The planned route through the development sends traffic along narrow, winding residential roads with on-road parking. This is estimated to generate more than 436,000 grams per mile of CO2. And to avoid complete gridlock at peak times, the schools will be forced to implement a one-way route through the site. So cars exiting via West Cambourne will generate even higher emissions of CO2. Next slide, please. Much of this school-generated traffic is unavoidable. Most staff live out of town. Parents drive their small children to school on their way to work. Note the nursery school on the primary school site. Multiple coaches access the site on key dates. Multiple deliveries are made throughout the day. And we are community schools. We're open 7 days per week, often until 10 p.m. Forcing traffic to drive through the housing estate will not reduce driving, but it will dangerously increase traffic congestion, including on Swansley Lane. And the problem will worsen as the schools continue to expand from the current 2,000 plus daily users to more than 3,000 by 2028, including the new sixth form. Next slide, please. There is an obvious solution, which is to allow all traffic to use the proposed Business Park Road bus and cycle link. This is the shortest route. It's wide and direct from central Cambourne. It will prevent congestion through the housing estate. It removes the need for the school's one-way system and thus the incentive to park on Swansley Lane. It will generate less than 323,000 grams per mile of CO2. That's 25% less than the current rate and 66% less than the peak time emissions predicted on the one-way route through West Cambourne. Next slide, please. So to conclude, of 96 comments submitted to the public consultation, 87 directly objected to the lack of an all-vehicle route via the Business Park Road onto Sheepfold Lane. This is seen as the safest and most environmentally friendly solution to the school's access problems. The cost of providing this road should not be prioritised over the safety of our children, the quality of our air, and the negative environmental impact of the current plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we any questions for the objector, please? For Ms. Scopes? No. No, thank you very much. We now move on to the parish council.
Sorry, I believe we have Paul Belton of Castle Jonas speaking as the...
Yeah, you said parish council first?
No, it should be the agent. Apologies, that's my mistake.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I beg your pardon. We have the agent, Paul Belton, to speak first. Then we'll have the parish council, please. This is the...
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Planning Committee on behalf of Cambourne Town Council.
Sorry, I've gone wrong. I had a mistake in the procedure. We have a procedure of order, so the next person to speak should be the agent and then the parish council. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, you have 3 minutes to speak. We'll if we reach that point, I'll ask you to close rapidly. Thank you very much indeed.
Many thanks, Chair. We are pleased to be able to present this full application to you this morning that's been prepared following extensive and collaborative discussions with a variety of officers. The site forms an important part of the allocated Cambourne West area, specifically reallocated for employment to residential use to create active communities and deliver new sustainable links that will integrate the new fourth village of Cambourne West with the rest of Cambourne. The development is delivering a broad range of housing types and sizes, including a policy-compliant provision of affordable homes. As you've already heard, sustainability is at the heart of this development, and the new homes will be gas-free, highly energy efficient and sustainable. The affordable housing is to be delivered to net zero carbon standards, a first for the district, and we are far exceeding the policy requirements. At Business Park Road, the existing square about outside of the council offices will form a new landscaped social meeting area in place of the highway-dominated space that exists presently. Further to the east, the existing marketing suite is to be converted to a cafe to create a sense of place and add to the social cohesion of the area. Following the deferral of this item from committee in October, the applicant has continued its collaborative discussions with Zeiss, whose premises are located to the east. As you know, Zeiss has a series of sensitive operations that occur within its building, and in recognition of that, defined strategies relating to noise, vibration, and electromagnetic interference have been agreed. To ensure these measures, that are also being secured by conditions, are effective, continued communication with Zeiss will be key, and that is something SKIP remains committed to. In terms of Business Park Road, very careful consideration has been given to all of the contrasting comments that have been received on this issue. While some have commented that it would be preferable to open up Business Park Road to all vehicles, providing a more direct and convenient connection, such a change would significantly increase the amount of traffic along Business Park Road. Rather than it forming a quiet and pleasant route for residents, workers, and indeed pupils to walk and cycle along, we estimate that creating an all-access link would result in at least a 5-fold increase in the number of vehicles along Business Park Road, with the number of movements perhaps increasing from 2,000 two-way movements a day to over 9,000. With the increase in traffic, new bus services that are planned to travel along Business Park Road as part of the wider C2C scheme will be likely to get caught in traffic with journey times delayed. Business Park Road cannot be modified to create a bus link alongside the road, and such congestion would adversely impact on the attractiveness of sustainable connections. For these reasons, creating an all-vehicle link would undermine the efforts to create efficient and attractive sustainable connections that encourage people to travel by means other than private car, and this is a key requirement of the allocation. We fully acknowledge and understand the concerns that the school has in terms of its travel to and from the school, but these are matters best dealt with through the implementation of its travel plan, and the proposals of opening up the access road along Business Park Road will not...
A comfort break for 10 minutes while we sort the... We're back. Oh, we're back. So, yeah, but I think it might be a useful point to have. Yes, no. Yeah, get the questions. We'll have the questions, and then we'll have a comfort break. Councillor Richard Williams first.
Okay, thank you. It's just a short question. Just on that point about access to the school, would you accept, though, that even with a pedestrian and cycle route between the new development and the school, there's nothing to stop parents driving into the new housing area, driving along the Business Park Road, parking up, and then walking with their children to the school?
Yeah, that could occur, and this is something we debated at quite a lot of length with officers. The decision was that we shouldn't design in a provision for a drop-off to the school, and the roads have been designed to discourage that. Some may choose to enter Business Park Road and travel on foot, but that is not something that is being positively planned for, and we think that's the right solution.
Sorry, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. So through yourself, Chair, I'm looking at page 31, paragraphs 9.61. I don't know if you've got a copy of the agenda there, but this section covers about clustering and about the affordable housing, and it says there won't be a maximum you're not going to breach the maximum of 25 units. But I was wondering, and I'm sure we could display the site plan, where the affordable housing and how many of the clusters there will be, because it's a big difference if it's the 25, lots of 25, or perhaps there's a 4 and a 2, just so we can get an idea of the clustering and where in the site it will be dispersed.
Thank you, Councillor. That may be a question that the case officer wants to deal with. I think earlier on in your presentation you did have the 10-year plan. Yes, that's it there, yes. And I think that shows the distribution of the different tenures. You've got the different forms of the affordable homes. My eyesight's not the best from this range, but the affordables are in
Through you, Chair, if I may, it's 15 units, the maximum cluster.
Have we any other questions?
Yes.
Thanks. Actually, in the light of what's been said, and I think it would be useful to know from the officers, if it had been decided that you wanted a through route, would it have been possible to impose such a condition and require that in the 106 if you decided to do so? Because I wonder whether in fact it's not necessary for the development, but it's rather for a benefit for others. So I just wondered what the legal position is, and I'd like some advice on that.
Chair, I think the one note of caution I would put to that is you've heard the applicant's representative indicating a substantial increase in vehicle flows down the Business Park Access Road. Camborne West has a mitigation strategy, including a Section 106 that requires works to the other access arrangement, and there is no modelling that would allow, that is in a sense would justify you avoiding those works in favour of this. So the effect of imposing a condition, one would have to have regards to the consequences for both this development, which are likely to be marginal, but in fact the consequences for the road network's performance from altering access arrangements to a 2,350 home development. And I don't think you have that information in front of you, or indeed you have that information from the Highway Authority to conclude that the arrangements at the Camborne roundabout are acceptable to effectively shift the emphasis in terms of there. So the modelling, I don't think, has been done. You do not have the Highway Authority engineer here either, unfortunately, to offer a view about that. So I think that would be unwise from a planning perspective. I mean, to institute a change of that magnitude through a condition.
Thank you. Okay, fine. We'll have a 10-minute break now. Thank you. very much. You're now live. Okay, thank you very much. I'll get this right now. The Town Council, John Vickery, is here. Can you, we look forward to hearing from you. It's 3 minutes, and I will ask you. Yeah, can you confirm that you've got the authority of the Town Council? And it's 3 minutes. We will ask you to round up at 3 minutes if you're still going. Thank you very much.
Yes, I can confirm I've been given authority by Camborne Town Council to speak on them. We had a meeting last night where it was confirmed. The proposed development sits in the heart of the town, just a few hundred metres from the town centre and adjacent to key employment opportunities. The site's location is critical to the integration of West Camborne with the rest of the town, as it is the only location where a direct road link can be provided between the two and does not involve a circuitous route out of Camborne to then drive back in again. The importance of this connection is recognised in the committee report for West Camborne application, which frequently refers to the importance of an all-vehicular route. It is also recognised at paragraph 9.37 of the supporting text to policy S8, which specifically states a requirement of the proposed Camborne West development is that it includes all mode, bus, pedestrian and cycle access to the village via a remodelling of the business park access. The committee report for the application at 9.37 is misleading on this point, as it states the supporting text only suggests the access should be all modes. The local plan does not suggest all modes access, it requires all mode access. Furthermore, it requires a master plan that seeks to integrate West Camborne with the rest of Camborne, the business park and Camborne Village College. The proposed development completely fails in this respect. Not only does it fail to provide a vehicular link, but the layout turns it back on West Camborne. What was envisaged as a tree-lined boulevard leading from a new public square in West Camborne through the business park into Camborne Town Centre has been reduced to a narrow bus connection that terminates at the centre, at the rear parking court of an apartment building. This layout hardly serves to promote a feeling of connection between the two parts of the town. The land required to deliver the required road connection is in the District Council's control, but the road has not been included in the proposal as it would require expensive upgrade to the Business Park Road to adoptable standard. This raises a further issue as it is apparent that the road on the development will remain private. The future residents will be burdened with expensive maintenance costs. This is clearly not a public interest. The Town Council also objects to the loss of employment land on the site that will not be re-provided elsewhere. Policy S8 allocates land at West Camborne, including the current allocation site, for 1,200 dwellings and provision of 8.1 hectares of employment land. Despite this, the District Council approved the application of West Camborne for almost double the number of homes required by the application, just 77% of which required employment land. This decision was made with a clear expectation that a mixed-use development would come from this business park to meet the shortfall. Your officer's report to the paragraph 9.21 recognises that the current proposal represents a clear conflict with policy S8 with respect to the employment land, but then states that as Camborne continues to grow, the employment offer and opportunities for employment will evolve, such that the lost employment land is not considered. Can you round up now, please? Yeah. I think the key requirement is that the aspect of employment and the all vehicular access is not provided, and we'd be concerned about signing any 106s without this being included.
Thank you very much indeed. Have we any questions for Mr. Vickery? Councillor Heather Williams.
Can I just, through yourself, Chair, clarify the last thing that was just said about 106? I didn't quite catch what was said there.
Yeah, I was concerned that section 106 for the business park being signed without the inclusion of the access road, because I know all parties should ensure the requirements of the policies that are in place in the local plan should be met with making an approval of an application.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Eileen Wilson.
Mr. Vickery has raised the question of the residents paying ongoing maintenance costs. Could we have an explanation about how all of this will be managed, the maintenance of the site?
Yeah, that's really a question for the officers.
Yes, so we've got a condition that requires details of the maintenance arrangement for the streets within the development, which was recommended by the Highway Authority. But so for the open spaces, we've got within the 106, we'll have a cascade mechanism where the open space can be offered to the town council, but then there will need a fallback position that if that agreement isn't reached, then it would be a private management company and yeah, a cost on the residents.
Can I ask a bit of elaboration on that? We have no policy basis on which to object to the provision by management companies. Have we, or can we insist upon that? I just wondered what our position is in planning terms.
That's correct, Chair. There is no policy basis. As much as we encourage to try and avoid management companies where we can, there is no policy basis for insisting on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Fane.
Chairman, I fear this may also be a question for the case officer, but I'll put it to the Town Council first. I think in relation to paragraph 937 in front of us, you said that where in the text it suggests that the business park access road is to provide all mode access, the local plan requires all mode access. I hadn't noticed that previously, and I wonder whether I could ask you and possibly the case officer to just confirm that, because it's a key factor for us, the extent to which this is in compliance with the local plan.
Yeah, the local plan document does actually say it's a requirement, although the report says a suggestion. And the original report, it actually said it was an idea, rather than it's gradually got stronger each time the report for the committee has been written.
Chair, just to comment, I don't think there's any dispute between the town council and officers. The scheme clearly does not satisfy that provision of that part of the policy. And I think in the summary that Aaron provided in the slides, I thought we've made that clear. I'm sorry if that's not clear. It is an area in which the scheme does not apply to correspond with the policy requirement of the local plan. Of course, in those circumstances, you're required to have regard to whether there are any material considerations that justify reaching an alternative position from the presumption in favour of the development plan document.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. McCree. Now, can we have the local members present? Is Mr. Drew present online? Councillor Drew.
Hello, yes I am. Can I suggest, Councillor Khan, that you go to Councillor Leeming in the first instance, as she's in the room?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I can't.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to suggest that if you can go to Councillor Leeming first, as she is in the room, and then I will follow on from her.
Okay, fine. Councillor Leeming, would you?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm speaking here as a local member in objection to the scheme as proposed. My objections are not about the principle of the development or the design, which has many good features, especially the carbon zero policy. My objections stem from the impact that this development will have on the connectivity of West Cambourne and the school site to the rest of the existing town. It's important to me that Cambourne functions as a community, and the connectivity of development, it's a little bit like pieces of a jigsaw that have to fit together. This is one piece of a jigsaw, it's one parcel of land, but it has to work with the whole to make Cambourne, the whole vision for Cambourne, work properly. Although Cambourne's obviously an area which has been allocated as an area to help meet the need for housing in our area, we are trying to build a community here, not just houses on land parcels. I think the fact that the non-vehicle access along the business park is critical to how West Cambourne will connect to the rest of the town. We are talking about, well, firstly, my first concern is to do with the idea of traffic and the reduction of traffic by the proposed measures as it stands. I'm not sure this is the case. I suspect that there will be traffic diverted that would have gone down the Business Park Road. It'll be displaced down Sheepford Lane, or, as Councillor Richard Williams mentioned, there'll be an alternative kind of rat run down the Business Park Road with people driving to drop their children off down this road that we're on here, which would be an unadopted road. I listened with interest to the comments of the developer. This has not been designed as a place with drop-offs, so there will not even be part of the design that will help to coordinate the behaviour of people trying to access the school site in West Cambourne. And because it's an unadopted road, that comes with the problems of all unadopted roads, and that the normal traffic rules are not enforceable. So I can imagine a situation where the residents of this new development will have to live with a sort of drop-off rat run down this road without the ability to put any traffic measures in place to manage that carefully. As Claire Coates, the head teacher the former head teacher of the secondary school, pointed out, this is a huge education site in what is effectively West Cambourne. It's not only the secondary school. There's a primary school with capacity for 700 children. There's a secondary school with capacity for 1,650 children. There's a sixth form which will open hopefully in the autumn, which is 350 children.
Can you round up, please?
I can try. Okay, so the residents of the existing of Cambourne would wish to visit the school site as part of the village college model. It's not just going to be a school, it's a place where many community activities will be taking place. The existing, the residents of the future residents of Skip will have to make a choice about whether they wish to purchase a flat or a house with a liability of maintaining a road. This road is not just going to be an unadopted road, it's common for unadopted roads for residential development, but not a road of this scale. This is a road that will have a massive bus route and this transport to the secondary school. And they will have public liability to maintain this road. So if they're going to buy a property there, they have a choice about whether they choose a different one in Cambourne if they wish to live here, or whether they would like to buy a property with a residential, with the road liability. Thanks.
Okay.
Ask Stephen Drew to shorten his contribution.
Okay. Stephen, can you present now?
Yes,
Try
can you
to
hear me now?
The 3 minutes or less if possible.
Indeed so, no problem at all. Okay, thank you very much. I really wanted to round up really what other Cambourne colleagues have said. So as Councillor Lean referred to, we've heard from John Vickery as the clerk at the Town Council, we've heard from Claire Coates as the former head teacher. Cambourne welcomes development. Cambourne has for many, many years welcomed new houses. The West Cambourne development wasn't originally intended to be part of Cambourne. We now have around 2,500 houses added. The people of Cambourne welcome this. They welcome the facilities that come with it. They welcome the extra residents. Within the new local plan, we have 1,950 additional houses, which at the moment are unallocated in terms of location. This is not something that residents of Cambourne are opposed to. They are more than willing to see their town grow. I have been surprised by the reaction in many ways of residents in Cambourne to this proposed development, because it is the first time that I've experienced residents in Cambourne expressing great concern about the building of new houses in their area. And when you consider that it is a relatively small number of houses, considering the West Cambourne development, we have to reflect upon why this is the case. And I would like the Planning Committee and the District Council to consider the fact that Cambourne is rightly used as part of the local plan for the development of houses, and we as the local members and residents support this. However, as Councillor Leeming has outlined in her bit there, about the concerns related to residents within the Skip development, as John Vickery, the town clerk, has talked about in terms of matching up with the local plan and the road access, as Claire Coates has talked about in terms of the approaching 3,000 students on the site. the people of Camborne, I think, are entitled to expect their district council to ensure that their community and place building is done in the most appropriate and sensible way possible. As John Vickery referred to, the route through the business park from West Camborne is the only opportunity to provide that right through to the town centre. And residents are rightly concerned about the fact that the skip development and the failure to build the road linking through is something that's going to cause great problems. I've heard about the fact and read about the fact there are intentions to mitigate the traffic coming out of Sheepfold Lane onto Camborne Road, but the traffic is still going to exist. So we would like the planning committee to consider whether or not this intended development of the skip development and the plans related to the road really suit the people of Camborne and really suit the planning application that's been made. And I would just finish by saying that the people of Camborne welcome development, we welcome new houses being built, we support the district council's actions in that regard, but in terms of the skip development, we would fundamentally ask the council and the planning committee to reflect and think again about whether or not this is being done in the right way, in the right place, at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the local members? Thank you. Now we come to the debate. I look forward to hear which kind of members would like to contribute to the debate, please. Councillor Wilson.
I have enormous sympathy with the question of people being able to move between the different parts of Camborne. We've had a similar issue in my village where we have pockets of development where there's no easy access between them. And I think for the sake of community cohesion and for the sake of not having isolated pockets of residents who don't feel like they belong, that there should be a better way for all of these various pockets of development to interact with each other.
Have we had that? Sorry, Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just sort of go through my concerns, really. I am concerned about this link road issue, particularly with the conflict with policy SS8. It is a huge missed opportunity to link up these communities. It's all very well to build, Camborne West and say they're all part of, one town, but make the route between them extremely difficult to navigate. So I think for community building, it's a shame we don't have that link. I am worried about the school issue. I think the idea that traffic on Business Park Road will not increase is wishful thinking, because as soon as there is a link there, people will start coming along and either parking their car in front of houses on streets, or actually there's a rather large unused car park over there most of the time, attached to the district council building. So there's ample car parking for people to come and park their cars and walk their children the last 100 yards or so, 200 yards to school. So I think traffic will increase down this road, and you'll get the problem, but you won't get the possibility of a solution because you've not turned it into a proper through road. I am, as I think you'll have gathered from my previous comments, very concerned about the design. This is not a beautiful development in my view. It completely jars with the predominant architectural style of Great Camborne and the existing Camborne settlements, which are very, very different. So it doesn't fit there. It looks actually to me like it would fit better in Northstowe. It looks nothing like the architectural style in Camborne, as well, as I said before, at least to my mind, as being just another blank beige brick wall of buildings. I think we really need to get serious if we're going to have, significant development in Greater Cambridgeshire. I think we really do need to get serious about what we're building, because I think the idea that seem to come through to us as well-designed beautiful places is significantly at variance with the views of virtually, well, in fact, everybody I speak to in this community. So I think we do need to get serious about that. The water point, I'll just say that briefly. and the condition, I think it was condition 23, I take on board what Mr. Kelly said in response, and that's exactly what I thought. I do slightly worry about the wording of that condition, though, where it says shall, which is, it's not actually what we mean. We're not really saying that the water use in these houses shall be a maximum of 99. What we're actually saying is we'll put in place measures to try and minimise and try and meet a standard, but the way the condition is worded, it looks actually like you're imposing a limit, and that's not what we're doing. So I do slightly worry about the wording of that condition. Thank you.
Harry. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at this application in isolation, it looks excellent, state of the art in terms of sustainability. Unlike Councillor Williams, I don't find them not to be attractive. I'm very concerned that the lack of a motor vehicle link is being used, we're using this application as a stick to get a motor vehicle link. I hear there's a problem, but it's not going to be worsened by this development, and I've actually walked from SDC car park to the village college for the Christmas fair, and it takes 10 minutes. I don't think parents and students will do that regularly. It's not the best road, and it's quite time consuming, so I don't think that's an issue. Really ought to take this vehicle link issue away and considered separately. There are a lot of questions to be asked. Why, for example, would we provide 300 cycle parking facilities on the new development and then give everyone a motor vehicle link through to the business park? So yeah, I think that needs to be examined in the round and not as a part of this application. And yeah, with regard to water, I hear Mr. Kelly's comments, but the idea of a arbitrary restriction on the amount of water usage, it's not going to work, is it? And unless there's a metering way of increasing the cost substantially if the particular residence goes above their limit. On balance, I'll go with the officer's recommendations, but yeah, I have concerns around the two areas for material refusal. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly would now like to make some comments, I think, to clarify some points which have been raised. Sorry, I'll ask more questions afterwards. Okay.
I just really wanted to respond to the point around policy and the linkage, because a number of people have highlighted the fact that there's a concern about the implications for community cohesion, about the interplay between the various places. To explain how we've approached the assessment of this particular issue. As the Town Council have made clear, as we've sought to try and make explicit in the report, the development does not provide an all vehicles access point, but it does provide an access route for public transport. It does provide an access route for cycling and walking. And in association with the design and layout of the scheme, it's certainly not, with the connections that have been indicated, it's not our assessment that the scheme is not well integrated as part of Greater Camborne. I appreciate that for those people that wish to drive around Greater Camborne, and there's a distinction there between people who choose to drive very short distances from one place to another, and I appreciate the reasons that people do that. It is more, this proposal does not engage with their desire to drive straight to the school. But the link road through West Camborne, which is the primary route for public transport, will take buses past the other entrance to the school through the open space area. And of course, that's not available at this moment in time. So we acknowledge that we're experiencing short-term impacts on on Sheepfold Lane and the kind of congestion that I've witnessed, that I'm sure everyone here has witnessed. The school, access to the school was raised as a reason why the proposal is unacceptable and the departure from the policy is unacceptable. The school's travel plan has a series of objectives to it, because what we have sought to do as officers is to consider the question whether or not the access issues to the school and the breach of policy amount to real harm, such that the decision of this committee should be to refuse the application. There is, we've heard already, no technical reason why the access arrangements are not acceptable, and so we've given particular thought to the issues about the access to the schools and the school's travel plan objectives, which are set out online. Unfortunately, I couldn't access the county councils, but looking at the school's travel plan objectives, they're quite clear in terms of their ambitions to actively encourage pupils and staff to walk, scoot or cycle, and they have a whole series of measures that they're undertaking, including bikeability, pedestrian training, cycle parking facilities, scooters, and so forth. And their travel plan assessment indicates or suggests that 86% of pupils travelling to the school are using non-car modes. Primarily and admirably includes significant numbers of pupils walking and cycling to school and using scooters. And the school itself, through its travel plan, has an objective of reducing car trips to the school from currently indicated 130 trips, or 11%, to 9%. Now, in considering the harm that the policy failure results in, officers have had regard to whether or not that harm would lead to the school failing to achieve its travel plan objectives, and indeed at a broader level, whether that harm would result in an unsustainable form of development or work counter to this council's, the local plan, the highway authority and the government's drive to take people out of vehicles to adopt more sustainable means of travel in the interests of the planet. Now, as officers, we've drawn a conclusion that the opening of that link, and you've heard the applicant's transport modelling, would in fact increase the ease of access to the school. And you heard the speaker say that that was absolutely the intention of the proposed move to improve the ease of access to the school by private cars. That is not the school's travel plan objective. It is not your local plan objective to prioritise car traffic over walking and cycling or indeed public transport. And if we are to continue to promote car traffic over and above those priorities, then clearly the local plan is going to need to work really hard to try and manage the amounts of traffic that that's going to drive onto our roads. So as officers, we've taken a view: does the failure to provide that link compromise the school's ability to achieve its travel plan objectives, result in technical failures in terms of junction capacity for private vehicle use, or in other ways undermine the achievement of local plan or national planning policy framework or any other planning objective? And we've drawn a conclusion that it doesn't. That does not mean, as Councillor Williams has pointed out, there are some challenges in how we manage that and how we implement that drive towards encouraging children and young people and adults to be more active in the movement around short distances. We had in this room almost a year ago a discussion with representatives from across the town council around how we can improve the connectivity by those means and the safety of children, young people and all people of all ages as they move around Camborne by foot or on bicycle or by public transport. And that is still an ambition that we've got. But that objective, in officers' view, in drawing this recommendation, will not be achieved by improving the free flow and ease of movement around Camborne by private cars to the detriment of other modes of transport. And it's on that basis that we've concluded there is no harm to the departure from policy SS8 in this specific regard. There are ongoing and important issues about how we manage and support communities and the drivers of those cars to shift out of them and support those wider objectives. So I just thought I'd clarify that. Because
Can I raise a point of order, please, Chair?
No. Sorry, yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. I completely and obviously respect Mr. Kelly's views, and I know that the planning department is staffed by experts who are doing their very best. But this is a debate for members, and we just had a very, very, very long contribution, longer than any contribution that any member would be allowed, where we basically seem to have been told that all our views are wrong. Now, I am just conscious that this is supposed to be a debate for members, not lengthy contributions basically telling us we've got it all wrong.
I am concerned that we should know the implications of any decisions from the planning background and legal point of, in particular the legal point of view, so we don't get ourselves into any contortions. We have to take that into account. We are able to take a decision which, on the basis of the information before us. We may decide not to ignore the planning officer's comments on that, but I think it is important in this case. So I was very keen that the context should be placed. Now, we have comments now from Councillor Sanford. Have you comment yet? So, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask that the planning balance be put up on the screen again, please? Thank you. Clearly, the committee, members of the committee, have some real concerns about this, which have been raised by the local members, by the representatives of the village college, and of course by the town council. And I'll come to the principal one in a minute, but I just wanted to address some of the issues on the planning balance before us. So we have before us an application which we're assured does meet the terms of the local plan, and the particular concerns about SS8 have been addressed a number of times. This proposal meets a number of our objectives in relation to particularly affordable housing. 40% is very important. We don't always achieve that. It's important also the sustainability issues that this will provide for the first time net zero passive house standards for social housing. It will meet the 20% biodiversity net gain. Some of us may have concerns about the extent to which that may be met off-site, but it is impractical to meet it on-site. In any case, those provisions have yet to come fully into force. There are significant contributions towards the local community, and as Councillor Drew said, this is not a local community that has objected to the planned increase in its scale. I think the question of the water environment and water supply has been a concern to all of us. In this case, because it's non-EIA, we don't have the comments of the Environment Agency who have objected to other concerns, but we have heard in some detail about the requirements to reduce demand, at least. And I don't think we have grounds to refuse it on that basis. So we come back to the lack of an all-motor vehicle link through Camborne Business Park. I rather accept the point made by Councillor Richard Williams that this may be a missed opportunity. I accept the point made by a number that, whether we like it or not, this business park will be used to get to school, and there will be a certain amount of parking, whether in our own car park at the back or in other places which may not be so convenient. But I think we have to accept that the primary problem is that whilst we could have, or this development could have helped to relieve the problems on Sheepfold Lane and Swanley Lane, where it is the safety of cyclists that is the primary concern for the lack of cycle path. That is not within our gift to do in this particular application. So while we may feel that the developers could have done more to keep Cambourne West connected, to meet the very real concerns that Mrs. Coates raised on behalf of the Village College, that is not something which we can do as part of this application, or one that we can use as grounds for refusal. So I think that since this is, broadly speaking, in fact, it is in line with our local plan, except in relation to that one word that was debated earlier on, we know that where this is sustainable development, it's our duty, paragraph 11 MPPF, to approve it without delay. And I think we should also perhaps take account of the non-statutory guidance of the Secretary of State in his recent speech concerning councils who, I'm just actually going to read out his words, so I think it's important. There are too many instances where planning committees overturn their planner's recommendation for approval of new development, even when the proposal is, he said, entirely in line with the local plan and its policies. It is our job, where a new development is in line with the local plan, to approve it without delay. And I think that whilst I share many of the concerns, I feel we would be right to accept the officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. Okay, so there's been lots of debate on different things, and I'm going to start off by saying what most of us know, but doesn't help to remind, that planning, like everything, you can see scales there, it's trade-offs. So when we talk about sustainable in the environment, just because something, the house that's being built is to good environmental standards and helps with carbon zero, it doesn't necessarily mean it's good for the environment as a whole, because there are other impacts. So I just would like to remind members, however they're going to decide on this, to bear that in mind. There is no silver bullet. There's no, that's 100% great for the environment. There are trade-offs at play. So when it comes to policy, I think there's an admission that policy SS8, and it's item G, it says vehicular access to be provided through enhanced, that cannot be met. I think that's been made quite clear to us. So that's one area. Going back to what you said from the Secretary of State about planning committees overturning recommendations that are entirely in line with the local plan, well, there's one instance where it's just not. So I don't think that that applies to us here, whatever decision is made. There are reasons, as you can see there are reasons to support and there are reasons for refusal, in my view. It's up to us then to subjectively weigh those up. And I think a lot of these things are subjective to the decision maker. So while planning officers may see it in one side, that's not wrong, but it's just that we may, in our judgment, on those subjective grounds, form a different view. That's the reason we're here, isn't it? Not just to rubber stamp what goes through. So that is in relation to policy SS8. Councillor Richard Williams has mentioned about the new PPF, but I've also looked at policy HQ1, which is our own local plan, design principles. And there's a few areas where I fear that this proposal is in conflict. One of which is to preserve or enhance the character of the local urban and rural area and respond to its context in the wider landscape. Now, at the moment, and the way things are going, and I do agree, actually, the style and materials of the houses, I don't feel fit in with sort of the design code as it would be for West or for the current Cambourne. It does actually feel very akin to Norstow. And some will say that's because it's, you know, modern and everything else. But we have seen, actually, applications that it can be achieved to get that beauty whilst also meeting environmental requirements. And it is a subjective thing. Preserve or enhance, that's something that's going to be through the eyes of the decision maker. It's not something like access, which is technical. And for me, I don't think it is compliant on that. And I don't believe on B that it conserves or enhances the important natural and it says historical assets of their setting. And I'm going to focus on the natural element. And if I can ask members to turn to page 18, paragraph 6.74, which is from the Wildlife Trust response, that they're disappointed that there is no landscape buffer along the Wildlife Trust land. And obviously, I'm sure, as we've said about the environment and nature, it's something that's very important to all of us. And I feel that the design could have been done in a different way. Perhaps it meant less houses, but you know, that would have been a possibility to create that buffer to make sure that it doesn't have such an impact on the natural environment. And it does say that this will increase pressure on the county park, and that's why it's asking for a contribution. And those sorts of things, and the natural environment, I know we talk about net gain, but I really wish we were talking about preservation, because just offsetting, there is nature lost, and we need to try and keep it where we can. So I think that's not an unreasonable thing for the Wildlife Trust to request, and I don't think the lacking of that buffer means that we are conserving the sort of natural element of that. On G, from policy HQ1, G says about providing safe and convenient access for all users and abilities. And on page 17, paragraph 6.67, from the Designing Out Crime Officer, we do know that there still remains concerns. It says about the hit and miss fencing proposed, but also the concern with the locations of the footpaths between plots. And for me, I think we often don't see those sorts of responses. That's quite a strong sense of feeling about safety where you live. And if we want that modal shift, as was referred to earlier, and getting people out of their cars, they have to feel safe in the journeys that they are taking. So for me, it also doesn't comply with G about providing safe and convenient access. We can see from the report on page 20, paragraph 9.4, it's very clear the number of dwellings within the original allocation has already been exceeded by Camborne West. There is no policy requirement for housing on this site to meet the local plan and local plan housing need from this site. We know already that there are more houses in Camborne West than was planned. That's in our report. So then when I look at the change, I think it's really valid on environmental grounds about the argument about the principle of employment use, because we know that if we want sustainable communities, it can't just be houses, it's got to be employment uses with that itself. And so I think that's a really valid argument that's been run by many local residents, and I think we should give some weight to that. One thing we've not touched on at all is the marketing suite becoming a cafe, and I just think for completeness, I think it's a shame that that's part of the same application, because that I could see potential and it would actually help, because we also see a lot of people from here. Morrison's isn't that far away, but for people with accessibility, they are driving. They're getting in the car to drive to Morrison's to get some lunch. I'm sure there's plenty of planning committee members that have done that in the sort of very short time that we have. So for me, the cafe, just to give the balance, there's definitely merits to the marketing suite changing there. As I say, it's balanced. It is positive about the affordable housing and the style of development. But for myself, the harm outweighs the benefit. So I'm afraid I'm a bit more on the right of the planning balance. I'm not saying that anybody else is wrong or the office is wrong in their opinion. That's my assessment of the situation. And I hope, Chair, I've clearly referenced which policies I don't feel that this complies on. And I will be supporting refusal of this application.
Thank you. Now it comes to my turn to make some comments. In terms of the link, which is I think the strongly expressed view, concern through the business park to Camborne West. The development of Camborne West was associated itself with the with development and a traffic management proposal, plan. the link is basically to benefit Camborne West. I feel very concerned that we might impose a condition on this. We have to deal with the application as it's presented to us. We might impose a condition on a development for which it is not, as I would see, a necessary requirement of that development, to make that development acceptable. It's the time to have done that, if we wanted a link, if we wanted to impose it on the private sector to provide that link, would have been when we did Camborne West was approved. And that's not been the case. We have to deal with the application that we have, and I cannot see that, even if we wanted it, and I can see the arguments in favour of not doing it, even if we wanted it, I don't think it would be an acceptable condition. We might get ourselves, I feel, in real problems if we did that. I personally think it's probably also detrimental to the development if you had a link, because you would increase traffic on the area, going through the area, and therefore would be, I don't think that I feel it is a desirable also for this development, so I can't see that. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, the second item that I would comment is on the attraction or the ability or the desirability, the beauty of the development. I personally, I mean, there are differences in style and preferences, cultural differences across Europe. If you go to Belgium, every house is the individual inspiration of its master, and everything's different. And I like that. I think that's appropriate. But it's not traditional in British terms, or certainly of estate development. We tend to go for a rather uniform, and we've done this since Georgian times, when people have done uniform sort of matching designs. This policy, I would prefer a more different style, but it's been through a design panel. Sorry, President, it's been through a design panel and accepted. It seems to be conforming to a current, what you might call current fashion in terms of design, and it's well landscaped. I can see that as generally, therefore, acceptable. I can't see reason, from my point of view, to refuse it on that basis, even if, as you say, it's not necessarily to my subjectively most favoured design. I think it's acceptable, it has to be considered acceptably good design. In terms of the crime comments, in terms of links within the development, the reason why the crime often don't like having links is because it gives ease of people committing thefts or burglary or attacks to escape rapidly if there's footpath links within a development. But we also have the design of trying to improve accessibility and linkage. And I often get complaints that there aren't links put into between new developments. They tend to be located, not pedestrian links. So we have a direct opposition between the two motivations here. I would prefer the greater accessibility, and I'm afraid, so therefore I would tend to not worry about that. So therefore, the lack of employment land, well, there's already an existing site on the employment park here, which is not developed and it's not being developed. So it's not a matter of great pressure. I can't see that we could easily impose that upon on the development. Therefore, generally, I feel that I'm in favour of accepting that the development, as presented to us, is acceptable. That if there are things which people feel unacceptable, they're not things that we could normally impose. We don't, planning works within the framework of accessing the development. Is it acceptable within the concept of a planning precedent and planning certain guidelines? And therefore, I would, and there are some very good points about the development in terms of the net zero. So I'm generally, sorry, and the 20% biodiversity net gain. So I'm generally in favour of this development, and I shall be voting to approve the development. The other speakers, yes. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me, and I'll just be brief because it's my second go. I would just say, Chair, I'd encourage you to have the courage of your convictions, because I think if we don't start objecting to the design, we're just contracting out what's good design to a design panel which is probably made up of people with a very similar view, and a view that I think is universally not shared by everybody outside. Nobody thinks new developments in Cambridgeshire are well designed. They're awful, most of them. I think it's time we started to try and fix that, and we've now got the tools in the MPVF, so I would encourage you to have the courage of your convictions and say no. But just to clarify, having listened to the debate, on the basis of my previous concerns, I will not be voting to support this application. I think it's a great shame that this particular application has come forward without the support of the local community, without the support of the local members, and I share their concerns, so I will be voting to object.
Have we got any further comments? I think it's time to go to a vote. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Okay.
So I have proposed that we move to a vote and accept the recommendation of officers. You may wish to seek a seconder.
I will second that. Are we agreed? Can we do it by agreed by affirmation that we go to a vote? Yeah. Sorry.
Chair, that's not what the motion was. The motion was that we go to a vote with the recommendation of the officer's approval. Obviously, some of us, I think we all agreed to go to a vote, but not the motion that was actually put forward by Councillor Fane.
I think I need to clarify what we're voting for. If we're voting in favour, we're supporting the officer's vote to approve the application. If we're voting against, we're voting to refuse the application.
You were asking us to affirm to go to vote.
Sorry?
Yes, you
asked us to do it by affirmation about going to a vote.
That's right, to accept that we take the vote now, we do the vote now. That's what I... Okay.
I think the operative word we are discussing here is to vote for the officer's recommendation. I think the proposal should likely be to vote on the officer's recommendation.
Yes, I think.
Is that acceptable to you, Councillor Fane?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. There's one more. No, that's all. Sorry, we have, thank you, we have the result. Can we have the result, please? 7. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So, by a vote of 5-2, the officer's recommendation is approved.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we now, what's the time now? Can we, Councillor Wilson, do you want a break now? Are you happy? Fine, okay. Can we then move on to the presentation on the item 6, application number 23/033114, Roseville, Little Heath and Gamlingay. Demolition of agricultural buildings and erection of 5 dwellings with associated access and landscaping. The application is being brought to committee. It is being called in by the local member, Councillor Bridget Smith, and the third party representations. The site was visited on the 10th of January. The key issues are the impact on the character and appearance of the countryside, and the impact on biodiversity. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. Mary Collins is the presenting officer.
change officers.
Sorry, yeah, okay.
Reshuffle them in.
The key issues are impact on the character and appearance of the countryside and impact on biodiversity. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and Mary Collins is the presenting officer. We'll wait a minute till the officers change, okay?
Chair, might I suggest a brief 5-minute adjournment, as we've got quite a high turnover in officers, and letting members settle back in?
Okay, well, we'll return at 15:15. Can we? Susan Collins, can I have the presentation, please? Sorry, just to remind you, we're on item number 6, gambling. We've reorganised the sequence so that the family application is now being dealt with after this one. Is there a problem with the link?
Is that okay? Apologies for that. I was trying to get a laser pointer to appear, but I haven't been able to manage it, so I don't know if anyone can see my pointer. Not very well. Just go anyway. Yeah. Okay, well, the application that we've got before us at the moment is seeks planning permission for the demolition of 3 agricultural buildings and for the erection of 5 new dwellings with associated access and landscaping. The site is at Roseville, Little Heath in Gamlingame. This gives you an idea of the location plan with the red line of the application site and a blue line of any other land in the ownership of the applicant. This is just a Google Earth image just showing the context of the site. So if you can see my pointer, one of the barns is here, and there's 2 other barns here and here. This is the lane into Little Heath. And across here, we've got the Potton Road, which is the main road, obviously leading from Gambling Game southwards to Potton. So the application site is outside the development framework of Gambling Game and is in the hamlet of Little Heath. So as I say, Little Heath extends to the southwest of the village. It consists of a long unadopted track, and it's to the south of Dennis Green, which is another small cluster of settlement off of Heath Road and accessed off West Road. Little Heath itself is the site of former brickworks and clay pits and is characterised by residential and agricultural uses. The main lane led to the former Bellevue brickworks. So this picture just shows you one of the barns to be demolished. This is known as Barn A in the report. This shows a view from Little Heath showing the existing dwelling at Rose Villa and the two other agricultural buildings are subject to this to be removed and replaced. So here is the proposed site plan. This is the existing dwelling here at Rose Villa. This is plot A, so it will replace the barn that's on that site. And we've got two other new builds to replace the existing other two barns here. So we would have a new access track from Little Heath. The two dwellings, or the four dwellings, sorry, in the two buildings here would have sunken gardens, so they would be to the south of each of these properties. And in the centre here would be parking area and a sort of courtyard for parking, and as I say, that sort of thing to the front there. So in terms of background, the application site does benefit from a Class Q change of use, so that's where agricultural buildings can be changed to a residential use. So this prior approval has been obtained, and as I say, this is a fallback position. So the applicant is now seeking full consent to replace these agricultural buildings rather than converting them, and to increase the internal floor areas by excavating underneath some of the buildings to create a lower ground floor. So they would pretty much maintain the existing footprint of all the existing three barns. So this just gives you an idea of the revised replacement dwelling for plot A. Kind of keeps the same sort of profile as the existing barn, so not a linear single ridge, but one with more of an articulated roof. This would be a four-bedroomed property. And this just gives you an idea of the layout of it. And first floor, sorry, that's the first floor. And this is an indicative design showing what it may look like. So barns B and C, This is just another illustration of what they may look like. So from this angle, which is the north elevation, they would still attain a single-storey appearance. But from the courtyard view, you can see that in actual fact the building is over 2 storeys and is sunk into the surrounding landscape. So here we've got the north and south elevations. So as I say, the north elevation would have the appearance of a single storey or a similar appearance to what's already there, with the south elevation being over 2 storeys, but again, only the top half would be largely visible in views. Again, just the end elevations of those 2 buildings. This gives an idea of the size that we're talking about. So with the barns, there is a slight increase to the existing height of the barns that could be converted. Proposed barns B and C are approximately 4.8 metres in height, measured at the northern elevation. And the northern elevation would be a similar height as existing. Barns D and E are also 4.8 metres height, and they would be 5.4 metres, so that would be an increase in approximately 60 centimetres. Barn A, which I've just mentioned before, also has a increase from approximately 4.2 metres to the highest part of its roof to 4.5 metres. So again, quite an increase, but quite a minimal one of about 30 centimetres. So, as I mentioned before, both plots B and C and D and E have a basement floor with mostly the bedroom accommodation at this level. And there's just another plan showing the elevations of, so this would be the northern elevation. So again, we've got this quite small, low profile. The southern elevation, over 2 storeys, but it would be sort of submerged into the landscape. Right, so some more measurements there. So this is another indicative plan showing how this unit, which is two properties there, would be sunk in. So there would be some sort of boundary treatment around here, which would really help to have the impression that it is just really over 1 story. Ground floor plans, as I say, are just bedrooms. This is another illustrative view, which shows the three replacement buildings. So barn A, so that's 5 bedroom. This is barn B and C, and barn D and E. As you can see, this view is from the Little Heath, the lane through Little Heath. So you've got the narrow end of the buildings facing that viewpoint. This is another indicative one, just showing how they are, set into the landscape and reducing their visual impact. So, yeah, in terms of views, the actual barns, sorry, I'll just go back to one of the earlier slides. The barns are set behind the existing dwelling at at Rose Villa. And it's not considered that they're going to really impact on any views dramatically or link the hamlet of Little Heath with any other sort of development. Yes, I think that's it at the moment.
Okay, do we have any points of clarification from members, please? Yeah, Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mary, for your report. The site is accessed from Little Heath, which apparently is an unadopted road in, frankly, dreadful state. I was trying to find in the report if there's any intention to allocate Section 106 money to at least provide a safe footpath or cycle path to the site. It seems strange that the applicant is offering to provide cycle parking facilities, these properties, but there's no safe way to cycle to the site. Can you tell me if I overlooked something, please?
Right, okay, well, as part of the planning application, contributions are required through the neighbourhood plan. This is to provide bridleway and cycle links. But I'm not sure if it would actually relate to Little Heath itself, but that would be up to the parish to allocate that money to improving that, if that, you know, that was to be a cycle link through there.
Thank you.
Councillor Fane.
Yes, Chair. Briefly, a question that I didn't quite hear, I think. In relation to plots B and C, which I think are in my view, the more sensitive ones for landscape, looking at the northern elevation, I was just trying to clarify the difference between the ridge height as proposed and the ridge height as currently, which is, of course, also the same ridge height for the Class Q consent. Is it the same, or is there an increase in ridge height?
Well, having carried out measurements, with barns B and C, it's a similar height, so it's about 4.8 as existing and as proposed from that elevation.
Sorry, who? Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask the officer if the applicant went through a pre-application process, because there seem to be a lot of facets of this application that are being left to conditions rather than being included in the application. And I wonder why the things like waste storage, materials used, the EV charge scheme, piling mitigation, energy statement, hard and soft landscaping, scheme of ecology, drainage and contamination, which have all been left to conditions rather than being included in this application. I wondered whether this was whether it had gone through a pre-application process.
The application did go through a pre-application process, but we can advise the applicant what is needed for the application. But very often there's a lot of information that we don't have, but we can obtain by condition, and that would be the way that we would achieve that on lots of applications where we don't have all of the information.
I've got a comment, question myself about the biodiversity link. This site is, the name gives a clue, it's Little Heath. It's on one of the few areas of acid soils in Cambridgeshire. So it is of some interest. In fact, I looked at the old landscape map linked to the neighbourhood plan. This area is shown as with boundaries which date back to the pre-enclosure field pattern in the area. This area was called the Rounds. So it seems to have some historical interest. I'd be interested to know what is actually proposed in terms of the biodiversity net gain and the biodiversity management of the remainder of the land accompanying the development. What exactly is proposed and how is it proposed to be managed?
So we have received, as part of the application process, we had a baseline plan produced and also a plan of habitats that would be created. So the applicant has given us these plans. Some of it is within the blue line, but there are some new trees to be planted in the red line. So in sort of consultation with our ecologist, we have made sure that the habitat lost is being replaced by habitat of a similar distinctiveness. So we're happy that they should be able to provide a biodiversity net gain within the red line at the application site. But there are plans for wider, but outside the application site.
Okay, because it is although it's obviously not necessarily a matter that one could apply conditions of, I think there may be an opportunity here for which the applicants perhaps should be aware of. That's simply just that comment. Okay. Sorry, have we any other comments? Yes, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mary, for your report and for arranging the site visit that we had to see this site, which was very useful. Just wanted to clarify paragraph 3.3 on page 89. There's already an extant planning permission to convert the barns. But on this statement, you said they're not looking to replace them completely and increasing the floor area of the dwellings. Now, any idea by how much? Just sort of, if you know that, because I don't think I saw that in here. Percentage figure, is it like 10%, 20%? How much more bigger are they? What are they proposing?
Yes, so it would probably be 100% more because it's completely another floor underneath the approved footprint.
Let me just clarify. So they were going to be just single floors, but now that they're going to dig down, it's going to be 2 floors, but it's going to be below.
Yeah, so because of the topography of the land, there's a slope, so they can sort of sink them in and...
But the ridge height is still, it's just about the same.
The ridge height is very similar to the fallback position.
That's fine. Yes. Thank you.
Have we any further questions? Sorry, thank you very much then. Can we have this an objector, Gillian Kitchener? Can we have your speech, your presentation now, please? We've restricted you to 3 minutes, and I'd ask you, if we reach that point, I'd ask you to round up, okay? Thank you very much.
Right. Well, this development represents further urbanisation of the hamlet of Little Heath. I and other residents are very concerned that these developers ultimately intend to develop the whole 12-acre site, and Little Heath will become a housing estate. If granted, it would set a precedent to infill the land that sets Little Heath apart from the village, making it a unique, distinctive hamlet. It's better suited to becoming a small holding in keeping with the current character and rural status. Gamlingay updated its neighbourhood plan in November 2022, and this is not part of it. Protecting the character and landscape, including important green spaces, was a key point in producing the plan. The village debated and voted for this plan and collective benefit of everyone living in the area. This development completely undermines those objectives and represents overdevelopment of a site outside the main village with no access to amenities or facilities and no public transport. All previous planning applications to build houses on Rosevilla land have been refused by South Cambs Council because it is building in the open countryside against planning policy and also because this area is not part of the local plan. The Government Planning Inspectorate also upheld the refusals. The Council refused permitted development for this site on the grounds that the barns would need too much alteration to be classed as permitted development. Then a year later gave permitted development for exactly the same barns that weren't suitable a year earlier. And now they're proposing knocking these barns down and building a further 5 new houses in the open countryside. Either the barns are suitable for conversion or they're not. If they are and benefit from permission under permitted development class Q, then they must be converted and meet the current building regulations without substantial works. If not, then any application for demolishing and building new dwellings falls outside permitted development. As has been demonstrated on several occasions, new dwellings would not be acceptable on this site. They are neither needed nor wanted. Since December 2015, 19 properties have been built, of which 4 remain unsold for more than a year. Planning permissions for these properties were agreed on the pretext that biodiversity would be improved, native hedging would be put in, trees planted, etc. In many cases, this has not been done, inspected or insisted upon by the council, and consequently the natural environments for the wildlife and birds we enjoy here continue to be eroded. It's of increasing frustration to us that those responsible for allowing unchecked developments in this area are not noticing the huge proliferation in planning applications in the last 5 years and the slow destruction of the hamlet of Little Heath and its important surrounding habitat and biodiversity. The developers submitted a transport statement stating that the speed limit along Little Heath is 30 miles per hour. Anyone who lives on Little Heath knows that this is both ludicrous and dangerous. The inadequate, unadopted road, in inverted commas, has more potholes than flat surfaces and is already a danger to the families and children.
Can you round up now, please?
Yeah, I'm just coming to the end. That walk in it. There are no pavements or lighting, construction traffic, and the 12-plus residents and their associated vehicles will only add to the peril. The biodiversity reports neglects to mention that barn owls have nested and roosted in these barns for decades, as well as several species of bats.
Thank you very much. Okay, have we any questions for the objector, please? Any? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much for your comments. I just wanted to clarify with you. I mean, obviously there is an extent planning permission to convert those barns. So if they were converted, there will still be buildings in exactly that location. In that respect, and bearing in mind what's proposed now is similar height, but they're going to be putting a floor below what is there now. Do I then understand from your concern that it still is unacceptable, even though the height isn't going to be that much different to what is there now?
Yes. Yeah, simply because, you know, our main concern is that if this gets approved, then they will build out on the remaining 10 acres and Little Heath will no longer be a hamlet, it will be an urbanisation rather than a rural area.
Okay, so let me just clarify. So that it's a fear that this will open the gates rather than the actual,
yes,
I guess, impact of this particular site.
And as the Chair has already said, this is important heathland and is not, you know, suitable, or it's biodiversity not acceptable to build on heathland.
Okay, thank you. It's just that we're looking at what's in front of us today rather than what might be down the line. Thank you.
Have we any other questions? Thank you very much indeed. Can we have now we move on to the agent for the developer, Mrs. or Ms. Fitzgerald, please, which is online virtually.
Good afternoon, Chair, councillors. Thank you for letting me speak to you today. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, just to confirm, Liz, we can hear and see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The application before you seeks planning permission for the erection of 5 dwellings provided across 3 buildings following the demolition of the existing farm buildings. As has already been mentioned, the site already benefits from a prior approval for the conversion of the existing barns into 5 dwellings. Under the prior approval application, there is no contribution to walking and cycling, no requirement for biodiversity net gain, and no sustainability benefits in terms of construction and other environmental benefits along those lines. This is a robust fallback position that needs to be taken into consideration when determining the application today. The applicant proposes the redevelopment that comes with all those added benefits to the local area, facilities and improved construction, incorporating the sustainability features into the buildings and ensuring that the contribution to the parish council is made for walking and cycling. In addition, the applicant has proposed a landscaping scheme that will soften the site and improve the aesthetic overall. I think taking on board the comments, Chair, that you made in terms of BNG and the overall heathland, we have actually provided to the council a full biodiversity net gain calculation and layout that demonstrates that this site, and that's both the red land and the ownership land within blue land, will demonstrate and deliver more than 10% net gain across the area. And obviously any further development beyond that which is in front of you today will be subject to a further planning application at a later time, should my client have that intent, which has not been expressed to me. Whilst acknowledging the location of the site outside of the village boundary and within the countryside, the development of the site will not set a precedent due to its established fallback position and will come with the added social and environmental benefits over and above that prior approval consent. We therefore commend the officer's report to you today and are obviously happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions for the agent, the applicant? No. No, thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now we have the parish council, Mr. Kirsten Rayner, who is the clerk of the parish council. First of all, can I ask, do you have the permission of the parish council to speak today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Again, we will keep you to 3 minutes, and I'll remind you if we reach that time.
Thank you. Gamblegate Parish Council appreciates the opportunity to address the Planning Committee with regard to this proposed development. We have submitted our main concerns, and these have been accurately reflected in the comprehensive Planning Committee report produced by the Planning Officer. To summarise, our concerns relate to A, housing mix. This is contrary to GAM 1 of Gamlingay Neighbourhood Plan adopted in November 2022, namely, new housing development should provide a mix of housing sizes in general and 1- and 2-bedroom housing in particular. B. Impact on character and appearance of the countryside. The development will have an impact. Concern expressed is that the development does not cater for sufficient storage space, cycle storage, bin storage, and there will be associated additional semi-permanent garden structures subsequently built by each dwelling owner to hold maintenance equipment and associated domestic equipment needed for outside maintenance. There are no garages, so cars will be visible in the vicinity of the buildings, further cluttering the outside of each of these properties. By developing an increased number of 5-bedroom houses from the permitted Q scheme, this has severely limited the ability to provide suitable internal storage space for modern living, including garaging within the footprint. C. Access. Access is unmade private trackway already serving a significant number of dwellings and is unregulated, with no footway, no street lighting, no maintenance of road surface. D. Biodiversity. The development does not deliver biodiversity net gain within the red application site. It is difficult. A significant proportion of the site becomes hard standing or domestic curtilage. It is the Parish Council's opinion that the Q permitted scheme would deliver a more suitable mix of housing types, have less impact on the countryside, reuse of the existing buildings and be less harmful to the current ecology and biodiversity of the site, and therefore objects to the proposed development. Thank you for considering these views. Just as an addition, regarding the cycling infrastructure contribution for the current scheme, this will give probably about 10 square metres of footpath that will be available. So there is no way going to mitigate and provide a link from Little Heath to the centre of the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms Rayner. Have we got any questions from the Parish Council?
None.
No, thank you very much indeed. Now we come to the debate. Do I have anybody, any of the councillors present who would wish to make comments in the debate? Councillor Frayne.
In the absence of others, perhaps I can lead off. Can I ask again that the planning balance be put up on the screen for this section? Chair, we have to remember that we are judging this against the secure fallback of the Class Q consent for the existing buildings, and that the footprint of the new buildings will be the same. The ridge height of the, certainly of B and C, which are the ones that are, in my view, sensitive in the landscape, will be the same. The design, as we saw on the screen, will be largely reflective of the existing barn-type uses. Inevitably, they will look different from the existing buildings. Those of us who visited the site would expect nothing else. And I think if we address the concerns of the Gamlingay Parish Council, which I know are supported by the local member, Councillor Bridget Smith, and the objection, it was stated, including also by the objector, Mrs. Kitchener, that this is not part of the neighbourhood plan. Now, the question, I think, is whether it is in any conflict with the neighbourhood plan and whether that conflict is greater than that of the fallback approval. And if we look at the Parish Council do not agree that the proposed scheme delivers a higher quality of development to the fallback Class Q conversion scheme. I'm afraid I'm not persuaded of that. It is undoubtedly true that the Class Q would be more in line with the neighbourhood plan in relation to the smaller 2-bedroom accommodation. But then we would be objecting to the creation of a ground floor or basement layer in the barns, which seems sensible use of space. So, having taken account of the objections of the Parish Council and the fact that there are a number of things which cannot be dealt with within the terms of this application, in particular access, I think I would accept the officer's recommendation to approve.
I'd make comments. Have you any more comments from other? Yeah, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, to come back to my earlier point, I don't feel that I've got enough information on this application to be able to make a decision, because there's so much missing of the detail that I would normally expect to see in the reserved matters application. So I really don't know how I can vote on this with any justification.
Thank you very much. I would comment, I would make some comments on my... Oh, sorry, Councillor Sanford, have you wish to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With respect to harm to protected species and biodiversity being grounds for refusal, I just read section 6.6 on page 93, and the ecology officer has no objection. He sees no evidence of protected species licence will be required. So I'm wondering why there's a mismatch there.
Can perhaps the officer might outline that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we have had surveys done to identify if there are protected species there. So the principle of the development is that there would be harm to protected species, but we're proposing mitigation that would ensure that it's not actually, that on balance, that is acceptable.
Yeah. Do you know which protected species are involved?
If I can just jump in, Chair, sorry. As part of the ecology officer's comments, there's a recommendation for wildlife-sensitive lighting strategy to deal with foraging and commuting bats. So I believe that's a protected species that's being referred to.
Thank you very much. Do we have, sorry, Councillor Handley?
Just an observation that we haven't seen any mention on the planning balance of the neighbourhood plan. I mean, we've been sort of encouraging people to parishes to adopt and get a neighbourhood plan adopted, and I always think of it as a pretty important document. Can I just be reassured that the points within the neighbourhood plan are reflected in the planning balance? In other words, they've taken the bones out of it. That's really my observation.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to sort of mention the neighbourhood plan policies that have that are listed on page 92. Because yes, you know, we encourage communities to come up with neighbourhood plans, and it's important that we ensure that we actually consider those when looking at developments and planning applications in that area. Now, the list here starts with GAM3, if I can call it that, GAM3, not in character with the open countryside. I tend not to agree with that simply because there already is a set of buildings there. The bands are there, it's in the countryside, and those bands currently have planning permission for conversion. So the principle of building there is established. GAM3 says it's not safeguarding the landscape and not enhancing the natural environment. I mean, we've talked about the environment and all that. Nothing is changing in terms of the building's height as it stands. And there will be, with condition, you know, further landscaping of the area within the red line. GAM8, we have been told by the contributor from the parish council that, yes, that will, that's been seen too, but it's not going to provide that much, but there is something. This is the thing with contributions. They are contributions based on the size of what is being built. It doesn't mean, and contributions will add to if there's any further. It's unfortunate in that it's not going to provide that much, but there is something. GAM 1 talks about large properties not selling within Gamblingate Parish because of oversupply. Well, I'm not sure that is material because it's not a planning thing that we can determine, is it? That's market forces. Yes, there is the need for smaller two-bedroom accommodation, but at the same time, this proposal before us is looking at improving on what would have or what could be built with the extant planning permission. So it's, whilst we can't see any reference to the neighbourhood plan in the planning balance, it has been dealt with in the report. We have heard, the views of the parish council and the objectors, but we need to look at this from material consideration, really. There is the principle already established. Those bands can be converted. This proposal intends to build better and make more efficient use of what is there now. So in my view, I think I'm tending towards approving this one. Thank you.
Our Officer Rebecca Smith would like to make some comments. Okay, the delivery manager.
If I can just come back on the planning balance. Sorry, I've got the wrong glasses on. And my laptop's just died. Large dwellings do not meet the local need. Unfortunately, that should have said GAM 1 in brackets. So that's the reference to the neighbourhood plan. It's set out in 10.123 in the report on planning balance. So the proposal will provide large houses in an unsustainable countryside location rather than the smaller 1 and 2 bed dwellings. As such, it would not meet Gamlingay neighbourhood plan. So that's tying up. It should have included a reference to the neighbourhood plan on the slide.
Thank you for that, Chair. If it's okay, just for me to say thank you, because I think it's important we make reference to the neighbourhood plans, because we have been encouraging people and we should be taking due consideration of their the contents of a neighbourhood plan.
Thank you. Now I may come to my point on the issue. We're working, as other councillors have commented, on a situation with a fallback position of converting the existing dwellings, the existing buildings on the site, and which are not particularly attractive, well, not at all attractive buildings in their current state, and it's difficult to see how they would be very attractive even within a conversion. But this is they're not sites that one would grant permission for new development if it wasn't through a permitted development under Class Q. There have been quite a lot of experiences of people putting on for applications for conversion under Class Q and then later on wanting a permanent, much larger or more direct. That's the situation, that's the law. It's not something necessarily we're happy with, but that's the context in which we build, we work, and there has been permission granted. Therefore, as has been commented, the idea of development has been accepted. I would personally not necessarily have wanted them to be reduced so much. I don't think existing buildings are very attractive, and it might have been better to maybe a bit higher. But it's an interesting way of developing it and thinking it down. And they will be interesting buildings. So they're definitely much better than what would come with the alternative appearance terms. Set against that, there is the undoubted point that they're much larger houses than is proposed in the neighbourhood plan. Whether you have to set these two arguments against each other, and I personally feel that it's more important that the small number of dwellings involved is more important that we have something which, in this site, which is outside the normal built-up framework, we have something which is reasonably attractive and acceptable, and that seems to have been achieved. The second point is about, the other point is about biodiversity. Now, clearly, it's acceptable to the ecology officer. but I think it should be, it is an area of interest. The Wildlife Trust has a reserve on the heathland, a small reserve at heathland at the Sank, and it would be desirable that the biodiversity interest of this area is accepted. It was probably cultivated many years ago because it's among an area of strip fields, but it seems to have been unimproved for quite a long period of time. So will have some interest, perhaps not very high interest, but certainly an interest, something which we wouldn't wish to lose. So it's important that the biodiversity plans that come forward take advantage of to improve the situation. And generally, it seems to me that this proposal has more than you would have if you had the fallback position of the Class Q, where you wouldn't have any restrictions, any benefits from that. So generally, I feel that while I understand all the concerns of the objectors, I can see the constraints of development there, but these are mainly based upon the principle that you would have development at all there. And unfortunately, because of the context and the position we're in, we have acceptance that there will be development there. And so it's better to have a development which is controlled, in which there are conditions which try to minimize harm and take opportunities, which is what this provides. We have to deal with the development before us, not perhaps the most ideal that we would like. And to me, this seems to me an improvement upon the alternative situation, and therefore something I'd be wanting to approve. I agree with your officer's recommendation. Are we ready to go to a vote? I propose then that we go to a vote on this application.
Sorry, Chair.
Can I have a second? Yes, sorry.
Proposal and seconder.
So, yeah, I want a seconder. Can I have a second?
I seconded your proposal, Chair.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we have the wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's right.
Thank you very much, Chair. So by 6 votes to none, with 1 abstention, the application is approved in accordance with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. I think looking at the time now, we'll break for lunch and come back at 1:45. Half an hour. Welcome back to the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. We're now on item 7 on the agenda. It's item 6 in the agenda pack. It's application 23/03642/HFUL in Whitehall, Ninechapel Lane, Foulmere. It's the erection of a greenhouse, summer house, garden shed and bicycle shed and removal of an existing dilapidated shed. The application has been brought to committee as it's been submitted by a member of the council. The key issues are the design, layout and scale, neighbour amenity and heritage. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and Dominic Bush is the presenting officer. Dominic, look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm you can hear me and see the presentation?
Yes, Dominic, we can. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, so this application is at Ninechapel Lane in Foulmere and is proposing the erection of a greenhouse, summer house, garden shed and bicycle shed at the property, as well as the removal of an existing dilapidated shed. This is a location plan for the site, which shows that the site is accessed from Chapel Lane to the south. It adjoins number 11 Chapel Lane to the east, and number 5 Chapel Lane is detached to the west. Meanwhile, Rycroft Lane runs to the rear of the site here. And this is just a GIS map of the site. As denoted by the red cross hatching, the property is Grade 2 listed, along with number 11 to which it adjoins to the east. And the blue lines on the map show trees that are protected by tree preservation orders. So there's the larger area to the southeastern corner of the site, as well as 2 individual trees to the rear here. And this proposed site plan showing the both proposed outbuildings as well as the shed that's to be removed. As you can see, the shed is proposed to the southeastern corner of the site in proximity to the TPO trees. The bike shed is proposed here to the western side of the site to allow ease of use of the existing access along this side of the building. The proposed summer house is further to the rear of the site along the eastern boundary, with the removed shed or the shed for removal shown here. And the greenhouse is then located to the rear of the site behind the existing oil tank and opposite a greenhouse within the garden of number 5. The labelled existing shed on the plan is just a shed within the site that's not proposed to be removed as part of the application. This slide shows the plans for the proposed bicycle shed. It will be constructed using timber logs with a felt roof and is open on the eastern side, so it opens into the garden to allow access for the bikes. These are the plans for the proposed greenhouse. It would be an off-the-shelf structure that measures approximately 2 meters in width and 3.7 meters in depth, and is traditional glass construction. These are the plans for the shed to the front of the property. Again, it's a structure that can be bought and is a traditional garden shed design. And finally, the plans for the summer house. This measures approximately 3 meters by 4.3 meters and is 2.8 meters in height to the ridge. It has 2 entrances, one shown here on the side elevation and another on the corner here. This is an aerial plan of the site, just showing the approximate locations of the proposed outbuildings. So here the shed to the southeastern corner of the site, showing its proximity to the trees. The bike store here, which is beneath this yew tree on the western side of the site. And then the greenhouse to the rear of the site here. And the summer house here, which is further distance from any trees within the site. And this is just a photo of the southeastern corner of the site, and the trees you can see to the right-hand side of the photo are those that are within the TPO, and the shed is proposed to be behind this behind the white gate, to the site, with the hedging and shrubbery along the boundary to be retained to provide some screening for the shed from the street scene. It should also be noted that the trees officer has raised no objection to the proposal, and the structures are considered to be of a scale that they will not impact the roots of the trees beneath. And lastly, this is a photo of the existing shed within the site that's to be removed. It's clearly become extremely dilapidated and is not in a usable condition. Again, the Council's Ecology Officer has been consulted on the application and has not raised any objection to the removal of this structure. Finally, in conclusion, the key material considerations for the approval of the application are deemed to be that the design was to sustain the character and appearance of the area and respect the amenity of neighbouring properties, and that it preserve the setting of the listed building. The officer recommendation, as set out on page 86 of the reports pack, is for the approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair, but we couldn't see the pictures that he was or Dominic was trying to show us. Shared. There was a lag. There was quite a serious lag.
Share my screen. You're able to see the photos there?
We saw that one, but not the one after. Next one.
This one?
Ah. What's that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions for the officer?
Yes, just one question. The third party representation and objection concerning the possible use of existing rear access gate for construction and parking. Is that an issue?
So I wasn't aware of any gate when I went to visit the site. The back rear part of the site is quite overgrown, and as far as I'm aware, that access isn't used at all. And given the scale of the structures, we considered that they could be the front entrances to the site could be utilised, and they're a lot larger.
I've got a question. This is the reason this comes to committee is because I presume that permitted development rights do not apply because it's within a listed building. Am I right? Or why has this come? Why is it not permitted development?
Yeah, that's correct. So listed buildings don't have Class E PD rights for outbuildings.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Okay. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I also thought that this came to us because the application is by a local member, by an elected member.
Do you have any other comments? No. Okay, I think we go. Do we need to go to the debate? Does anybody wish to make any comments? We have no presenters. So, Councillor Fane.
Chair, I don't see any other speakers. I suggest we progress straight to the vote. I should just say I'm concerned about the potential loss of biodiversity due to the removal of that shed we've just seen in the photograph, but I have no concerns otherwise at all. And I would be voting in favour of this.
Do we have a seconder that we should go to the vote? Okay, can we go to the vote, please?
No, please.
One more. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's everything.
Thank you, Chair. That is 8 votes to none, resulting in a unanimous approval of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now we come to item 8 on the agenda. 23/02752/OUT, land north of Lavish Lodge, Old North Road, Bourne. The outline application for the erection of 5 cell-built dwellings, with some matters reserved except for access off Fox Road. The application has been brought to committee as a departure application and it's been called in by Bourne Parish Council. The site was visited on the 10th of January. Key issues are it's a departure application, the principle of development, highway safety and transport impacts, and sustainability of the location. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and completion of a Section 106 agreement. Lawrence Moore is the presenting officer. Lawrence, look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Moore, and today I'm presenting application reference 23/02752/OUT, which seeks outline permission for the erection of 5 self-built properties and associated access, with some matters reserved, at land north of Davis Lodge, Old North Road in Bourne. The slide on screen shows the existing site and associated site constraints. As shown on the constraints map, the northwest of the site is subject to a tree preservation order, There are listed buildings north of the site shown in pink hatch. The site is surrounded by existing residential premises on the north, west, east and south axis. It is also worth noting that the site sits within a triple SI risk zone due to the proximity of the proposals to Wimpole Woods. A verbal update needs to be provided to explain that paragraph 1018 of the officer report incorrectly states that an extended development framework adjoins the site. This was due to a mapping error. The image on screen on the right shows the true proximity of the development frameworks of Bourne in the east and Longstow in the west. The development is acknowledged as outside of the development framework throughout the report, and this altercation does not alter the officer's recommendation of approval for the reasons outlined in the report. We would like to reiterate that is considered an infill development purely on the basis of residential premises surrounding the site on the north, west, east and south axis. The proposed access is shown for the site is shown on screen. This will allow for a 10-metre wide access from Fox Road, accounting for visibility displays. The access will sit approximately 37 metres from the existing junction between Fox Road and Old North Road. The proposed site is shown on screen. This is an indicative layout only, and the formal layout, landscaping, parking arrangements and design of the properties will be secured via condition and reserved matters applications. The indicative layout provided shows the ability of the site to suitably accommodate 5 dwellings. The yellow highlighted area to the west of the site is allocated for the provision of B&G benefits and will sit completely independent of the residential curtilage of each proposed plot. The self-build plots are to be secured via a Section 106 agreement. South Cambridgeshire District Council is a right-to-build vanguard authority with a statutory duty under Section 2A of the Self-Build and Custom House Building Act 2015. The authority is currently underperforming, and the proposals would make a limited contribution to the demand identified of 189 on the Council's register for the current base period. Development consists of an infill development due to the existing residential premises surrounding the site, and as outlined within the officer report, the development will not allow for adverse impacts on character, heritage assets, amenity of neighbours, ecological assets or highway safety, and promotes the site as suitable for contributing to self-build targets. An example of a recent appeal for the erection of 9 self-build properties in Bassingbourne was recently allowed, despite the situation of development outside the framework. Within the inspector's decision, they have noted that national and local policies on sustainable locations does not mean new houses should be limited to places where all the needs of its residents could be met by a choice of transport modes other than by private motorised vehicles. This is because there would be few, if any, undeveloped sites with such a level of accessibility in this rural district. With regards to the self-build need, the inspector stated that the shortfall in self-build homes should be given substantial weight, acknowledging that there is no decisive evidence to show that addressing the substantial shortfall in custom and self-build housing plots for those now on the register could be delivered solely within the development frameworks. As a result, land outside of those frameworks would be required. It is also worth noting application reference 22/02737/out, which was approved in 2022 by this committee for a self-build scheme outside the framework along Toft Road. It is therefore considered that despite its situation outside of the framework, the suitability of the site for accommodating much needed self-build properties must be considered. The slide on screen shows the proposed access and tree protection plan. The proposed access will result in the loss of some trees along the northern boundary to allow for suitable site access to be created. However, these trees are not considered to be of any characterful or arboricultural value and have support from the Council's tree officer to be removed. With regards to heritage impacts, the Conservation Officer has stated that the proposals would result in less than substantial harm on the identified listed buildings situated north of the site, shown here in pink hatch. The definition of less substantial harms means there will be limited heritage impacts. However, the MPPF paragraph 207 states where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a heritage assets should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. Despite the objection from the Conservation Officer, this site is considered suitably screened and sufficiently distanced from identified heritage assets to avoid harm. The case officer has disagreed with the conservation officer in this case due to the siting, screening and conditions associated with this recommendation, which together assist in avoiding harm to the adjacent listed buildings. With regards to agricultural land, the site is currently a pasture land field classed as Grade 3 agricultural land. Officers consider that given the proposal will result in loss of 0.5 hectares of Grade 3 agricultural land, which is considered a small area of land, that the proposal will contribute towards a significant self-build need within the district. The proposal on balance is considered acceptable in regard to policy NH3 of the local plan and paragraph 181 of the National Planning Policy Framework. The site is considered to be within a sustainable location with adequate access to public transport connections and local village centres. The site is approximately an 8-minute cycle from Bourne High Street, which provides access to several shops, services, and community facilities, and also provides a suitable bus service with hourly buses between St Neots and Cambridge. There is also access to bus services serving Old North Road, circa 50 metres from the site. These buses are less frequent, however, promote the site as suitably accessible by means other than the private vehicle. The site also provides the opportunity for a 3-minute cycle or a 10-minute walk to Longstow Village Hall. A technical plan for the proposed access is shown on screen. The applicant has engaged in a formal pre-app with the Highway Authority to prevent any potential highway safety implications. Despite concerns over the potential impacts on the adjacent Fox Road and Old North Road junction raised by neighbours and parish councillors, the Highways Officer has provided their support for the proposed development subject to conditions. The Highways Officer will be available for questions following this presentation. The information provided as part of this application will allow for approximately 22% biodiversity net gain to be achieved on site. The yellow highlighted area is allocated for the provision of B&G benefits and sits completely independent of residential curtilage. This is secured via condition and will also allow for the enhancement to the TPO area of the site along the western boundary. The site is within a triple SI risk zone due to its situation within 3 kilometres of Wimpole Woods and has been subject to preliminary ecological assessments. The Council's ecologist and Natural England have both provided their support for the development subject to conditions. The Council's ecologist will be available for specific questions following this presentation. The planning balance. As outlined within the officer report, the development consisted of a departure application and will result in the loss of some trees, Class 3 agricultural land, and does not secure development contributions via the Section 106. However, the benefits of these schemes are considered to outweigh the identified harm. The scheme would allow for a limited contribution to demand identified on the Council's self-build register through the provision of 5 self-build plots within a sustainable location. The site has shown its suitability for the proposed development, with the resulting scheme avoiding adverse impacts on character, heritage assets, highway safety, and amenity of neighbouring occupiers. The site will receive ecological benefits through the provision of 22% biodiversity net gain on site, and the development will allow for archaeological works to be undertaken by means of condition. For the reasons shown on screen as outlined within the officer report, councillors are encouraged to approve this application subject to conditions and Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the officer? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, Lawrence, for your presentation and for the report, which is quite extensive and complete, and for the site visit that we had. Just wanted to clarify one thing. I mean, yes, we have technical description as close proximity and sustainable. 1.3, beg your pardon, 1.5 on page 126 says development is in close proximity. Can you explain what that means? Because as far as I can tell, it's 29 minutes to walk to the nearest shop, and there are no footpaths anyway. And also 3.3 says there's 2 bus services within a 2-minute walk from the site. Unless I'm missing something, I don't know where that bus stop is. 2.2 minutes away from the site.
With regards to close proximity to the High Street of Bourne, it was approximately 8-minute cycle on road to the High Street. This was deemed as close proximity in my officer opinion. There is, as outlined within that presentation, there is evidence of similar approvals along Toft Road, which were road access only outside of the framework. And it's considered that close proximity to Bourne, which has several services, facilities and shops and community benefits available, that it was deemed a sustainable location in that sense. But yeah, it worked out approximately an 8-minute cycle on road from this site along Fox Road to the High Street of Bourne. With regards to the bus stops, I have...
Is it on the 1198 or is it on the 1046?
So we've got, I'll share my screen again just to show the... So we have the bus timetables for the 18 service, which goes to Bourne High Street at several times a day, as shown here, and also stops within proximity to the site opposite Fox Road twice a day as well, at 6 in the morning and 8 in the evening. Whilst less frequent, it can be achieved. And then there is bus timetables for the C2, which again stop near Longstow, Rushbrook Close, and opposite School Lane, both which are within 50 metres of the boundaries of the site.
So just to clarify, so when you refer to the 2-minute walk from the site, the bus stop, it's for the C2, not the 18?
It's for the C2 and the early morning and late evening arrivals of the 18.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Councillor Cooper, I see you're joining us online. Could you kindly turn your camera off until you're due to address the committee, please? Thank you.
Okay, have we any further questions? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Could you explain the 22% BNG in more detail, please? I'm aware that there are existing substantial trees on the west and north of the site, but it's not clear from your illustrations where the gain is coming from.
We have the council psychologist, Sharon Yardy, online, who may be able to clarify further on that point. But it has been tested with the standard BNG metrics and what have you, but I'll pass over to Sharon on that front.
Hi, so it's to do with enhancement of the woodland on site. So currently it comes out as poor condition. So it would be improving that condition of the woodland.
Okay, so it's not actually a gain, it's an improvement on the existing trees to the west and north.
Yeah, there wouldn't be new habitat, it would be enhancing what's there currently, yeah.
Okay, understand, thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a word with the Sharon as well, please? If she's available.
Yep.
Okay, fine. Okay. The site is an area of pasture adjoining the settlement. Often these areas have interest as long unimproved pasture. It's difficult at the time when we visited to have any idea of what was in there. Has it been investigated, and is there any particular interest in the pasture, or is it of no particular interest in itself? Thank you very much.
It was mapped as modified grassland, which is improved grassland by the applicant's ecologist. I haven't been to the site myself. From the photographs, I would agree with that assessment.
Thank you very much. Okay. No further questions. Thank you. Thank you very. Sorry, Councillor Hall.
Thank you. I think Lauren said we could hear from the transport officer afterwards. Is he going to speak, or she?
Is the transport advisor here?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Not necessarily to present information, more to answer questions of fact.
Do we have any questions for the transport officer?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Hawkins then.
Thank you. Hi, David. I presume you're aware of the fact that that junction, the staggered junction, going from Bourne to Longstow, is one that's had issues and accidents and requests for work to be done to it. And
yes.
locals are very concerned about the fact that accidents tend to happen along there.
Yeah, the accident history actually at that staggered crossroads isn't as bad as you would expect. Obviously, points of, junctions and staggered junctions on the highway network are points of conflict, and do generate accidents. Our latest accident stats for the junction shows one serious accident in the last 5-year period. We only use 5 years of data because circumstances change, vehicular flows change, speed limits change, the nature of the roads change. So we only go back 5 years with our data. And as I say, our data shows one accident occurring at that junction within the last 5 years. And dare I say, that's not a bad accident history in all fairness.
I presume the accident you referred to was in November 2022, which resulted in life-changing injuries for a teenager who lives in Caldecott.
That's I don't know the details of the individual involved, but yes, that would tie into the data that I have. Yes.
So, bearing that in mind, in your view, then, the advice that you give to the applicant is based on the data that you have, that
Yes.
that is not as bad as locals tend to think it is.
It's not considered as significant one injury accident in a 5-year period. So it's not an accident. It's not considered as an accident black spot site, and the traffic generated from this development would not pose any significant risks on the highway in the vicinity of the site.
Even though that's a very busy road at peak times.
At peak times, at the 1198, typically about 7,000 vehicles per day. B1046, 3,500 to 5,000 vehicles per day. This site will generate 25 vehicular movements a day on the highway network, so that could not be considered as significant.
Thank you for your clarification.
Have we any other further questions? Thank you very much. Now we go on to the agent for the developer, Mr. Ben Alvin. Thank you very much. Can you speak for no longer than 3 minutes, please? I will let you know if you'll reach the limit.
Absolutely, do my best. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and I am here representing the applicant in the capacity of agent. Firstly, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank your officer for their comprehensive report and for the positive attitude throughout dealing with the proposal. It's slightly sad that some criticism has been aimed at officers for being proactive in the process, and to me it's to be commended that in the light of that criticism they haven't been swayed. Turning to the proposal itself, this is an application, as you've heard, for self-build dwellings. Your report highlights that the council cannot demonstrate sufficient self-build plots to meet the defined and evidence need of the district. Previous appeals have demonstrated that such a shortfall in delivery must be given significant weight. Indeed, in the Caxton appeal that's cited in your report, and I quote, the inspector found the district is clearly a long way behind in making provision for self-build and custom-build housing to meet the legal requirements of the 2015 Act. Additional service plots for this type of development are therefore urgently needed. To be clear, therefore, for those benefits to be outweighed in any reasoned balancing of the key issues, that harm must be beyond significant. There is no evidence forwarded that suggests that this would be the case. There are no objections from the landscape officer, nor the ecology officer, no objections from Natural England, nor the tree officer, and similarly no objections from Environmental Health nor the Archaeological Service. Critically, and contrary to many representations made, there is also no objection from the Highway Authority, and your officer finds no harm to heritage assets. In that context, therefore, this is an application as a clean bill of health from all statutory consultees, specialist consultees. The officer correctly identifies this as a proposal for infill development in an established residential setting, accessibly located and therefore sustainably sited. It delivers housing of the type the district needs, a situation that cannot be underestimated. But this is not just a speculative development. The landowner, who's here today, has lived in Davis Lodge for over 30 years. His daughters have grown up here and wish to stay here. They can't afford to buy a house here, but they have been on the self-build register for some time. This proposal offers an opportunity for them potentially to have a home in the village, to continue to live where they are settled. And yes, the application is made by a developer. They are there to help the landowner with the cost of the application and support the delivery of the development. The landowner does not have the necessary finances to do that themselves, and therefore the criticism from local residents as to the involvement of a developer should be considered in that context. That criticism is clearly misunderstood and therefore misrepresents the applicant's involvement and the intention behind the application. In summary, therefore, this is a proposal for the right type of housing in the right location, proposed at a time where there is a clear under-delivery of self-built homes. It complies with the development plan and the MPPF when taken as a whole. It is rightly recommended for approval by officers, and I hope you will support the proposal today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair, and I may have misunderstood because I think there was a clarification within it. It was said that there had been no objection, but I can see on page 131 that there is an objection from the Conservation Officer, or obviously the Parish Council as well. So just wondering where that fitted in the applicant's comments of no objections.
No, I was quite clear. There's no objections from statutory consultees other than your officer has found no harm to heritage assets. So it's the planning officer that's made that assessment, not the consultee.
Have we any further questions?
I see none.
No. I would question, you were saying that the sites will be used for the daughters of the applicant, at least. What proportion is it planned to use for family members of the applicant, out of interest?
Well, it has to fit in with them being on the self-build register. So there are 5 plots here. They have 2 daughters, and they're hoping to site 2 of them on this site. But of course, that has to fit in with the whole framework around self-build development and your own register.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any further questions? Thank you very much indeed.
Just been advised to note something here. There was an objection from the Conservation Officer, but as outlined in the report, it was, in the opinion of the case officer, there is no impact on heritage assets, and that's the recommendation that's been put to you. But just to note that there was technically an objection from the Conservation Officer in this case, but that, as outlined in the report, we disagree with that with those comments. Thank you.
The members who are on the site visit will then be able to judge for themselves the extent of any impact. I think that's fair to say. So can we have, sorry, now the next person to speak are members of the Parish Council. We've got 2 Parish Councils present here. First of all, Councillor Barbara Cooper from Longstow Parish Council, who's online. Councillor Cooper, have you got the approval of your council to speak for them?
Yes, I do. Yes,
Thank
I
you.
do.
You have 3 minutes, so I will warn you when you reach 3 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. While the pursuit of self-build properties is a commendable endeavour, it's crucial we do not overlook the paramount importance of safety for our community. The proposed development...
Sorry, it's very quiet. Do you think you can speak up a bit?
Yes, of course.
Get a bit closer to the microphone. Thank you.
Absolutely. We believe that the current development in terms of prioritising housing over the safety of our residents, especially at a junction that has actually been identified as hazardous. During a meeting on the 5th of October, Longstow residents highlighted the safety hazards associated with the current configuration of the junction and the potential risk posed by the BT switch box, the staggered nature of the junction, combined with the proposed entrance for the new development and its proximity to the junction, which significantly increases the potential at what is already considered by residents in the area as a perilous crossing for accidents and traffic-related accidents. And whilst we've heard earlier, I am aware that some accidents haven't been formally reported and are still to be reported on the current police records. The visibility issues is the primary one, the traffic flow implications and pedestrian safety. Given the gravity of these concerns, we urge the Council to conduct a thorough safety assessment, considering the existing conditions at the junction. Furthermore, environmental considerations should not be overlooked in the pursuit of progress. There are existing concerns regarding the impact on the local trees, some of which are under tree preservation orders, and one would assume that appropriate preservation is in terms of determining potential impact of the development. And whilst we've heard today that there is the land is not usable, that is perhaps because muck has been placed around existing trees. It's unfortunate, and one would hope that any development would give due consideration to the trees. The Cambridge Development Plan, there is strong emphasis about minimising carbon emissions, reducing reliance on private cars and safeguarding heritage. It's our understanding that any new development within the region should adhere to those principles. However, the proposed development raises concerns in this regard: carbon emissions and transportation resulting from the development, heritage preservation, the staggered junction and the proposed entrance will have implications for some of the local buildings in terms of heritage, and the impact on green space. We just kindly ask that the Council carefully consider these issues during the evaluation of this planning application, and that there is due consideration to the Cambridge Development Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for from Mrs. Cooper? Ms. Cooper. Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks very much. Hi. Just on the issue of highway safety, which is why I actually grilled Mr. Lyons, does his answer make any difference to your view of the issue of safety at that junction?
Not at all.
And secondly, on the trees on the side, the ones along the road, the 1046 are TPO'd and they are staying. The ones that are being taken off for the access are not TPO'd. Does that address some of your concerns about
I'm quite sure
being left?
I'm sure that the those representatives that have looked at the trees will be aware that there is horse muck being placed immediately around those trees that have TPOs on. Therefore, their lifespan is going to be significantly reduced because of the acid nature of horse manure. And I would strongly just ask that that is a due consideration to the area, aside from the concerns that are primarily related to road safety.
Thank you.
Have you any other questions? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. This is probably one for the case officer, but Councillor Cooper made reference to the large green BT cabinet. I believe there's also a street light pretty much adjacent to where the proposed site access is. Will that street furniture be removed, given that it's probably obstructing the view? Anyone turning out of the development onto the 1046?
I'm under the presumption that they would require removal because of the visibility displays, but I'm sure that the applicant may be able to answer with regards to the ongoings. And in addition to that, I would like to defer to the Highways Officer for their views on that question, please.
Yes, we wouldn't necessarily require the removal of the lamp column from an inter-vehicle visibility display. Obviously, the lamp column being 150 mil at its widest point, couldn't necessarily be regarded as an obstruction within that inter-vehicle visibility display. There is a stay cable for the distribution pole that's adjacent to the new access that may prove problematic for the developer, but that's down to the developer to resolve, not the Highway Authority.
The question I have, perhaps for the officer, would one be able to require, by condition, resolving that problem, or would it just be under normal highways regulations?
I can't comment on behalf of UK Power Networks. It's their it's their kit, it's their apparatus, and if the stay is required, it's the cable that supports the pole. If they require that stay to be positioned where it is, and it's within the access, then there is a problem, and then obviously that distribution pole would have to be relocated.
Actually, I think Councillor Sanford may correct me on this, but I think the concern was as much about the pole being within the visibility display as the stay. So is that a problem, or is it okay without the range?
When you consider the size of the feature of the street lighting column and the distribution pole that's there, that it's not going to obstruct a vehicle that is travelling towards the A1198 on the B1046. You will still be able to see a vehicle, even though that feature is there.
Yeah, with your permission, Chair, the biggest obstruction is actually the BT cabinet, which is that kind of width.
Sorry.
Whereabouts is the BT cabinet, just out of interest?
Can we see a plan?
It's. Oh.
Councillor Sanford, are you able to?
Can I just?
Councillor Hawkins.
The BT cabinet, I think, is being referred to. That's on the corner on the 1198, not on the 1046.
In which case, that falls outside of the visibility display, so therefore isn't an obstruction.
There isn't an obstruction. It's only the poles that are near the visibility display.
For advice, are these issues that would be dealt with under the planning application, or would they be dealt with by the regulations of
The Highway Authority don't consider them as an obstruction within that visibility display.
Okay. Have we any other questions? Thank you very much. Sir?
Can you dismiss?
Sorry, I'm going back and forth. We now come to the Parish Councillor Des O'Brien of Bourne Parish Council. Councillor O'Brien, do you have the permission of your council to speak on their behalf?
I do.
Thank you. As again, it's 3 minutes, and I'll let you know if you need to shorten.
Bourne Parish Council strongly object to this outline planning application. The proposal constitutes a departure from the local plan. The original site application for 5 houses was deemed to be unacceptable in principle in a letter to the applicant from the Senior Planning Officer, Charlotte Spencer, and several local plan policies do make development on this site unacceptable in principle. Policy S6 states that the development in rural areas will be limited to rural centres and minor rural centres, and some categories of village with local service provision and quality public transport. This site is not within such a centre or such a category. Policies S7, S10 and S11. Development frameworks define the policies where the built-up area of settlements gives way to the policies for the countryside. This is necessary to ensure that the countryside is protected from gradual encroachment on the edges of villages and to help guard against incremental growth in unsustainable locations. The proposed site is a parcel of land that lies outside the development framework boundary for the villages of Bourne and Longstow and would therefore be development within the open countryside. In addition, the site is not allocated within a neighbourhood plan and nor does it need to be located in the countryside. Policy S11 identifies Longstow as an infill village which is considered to have poor range of facilities and services. It is often necessary for residents to travel outside of the village for most of their daily needs. Anyone looking to travel from this site on foot or by bike would need to share the road with vehicles often travelling at 60 miles per hour. They would be reliant on private cars as their primary means of travel. This conflicts with policies S2 of the development plan to provide land for housing in sustainable locations and policy TI2, which states that developments must be located and designed to reduce the need to travel, particularly by car. I turn now to what appears to be the reason that this site is being considered for development at all, the fact that the application is for self-build plots. The council can clearly demonstrate a joint 5-year housing land supply, so the proposal would be of limited benefit in contributing to the housing supply. While the site could benefit from 5 plots, self-build plots, there are far more suitable and sustainable locations that could be used for self-build plots already in the local plan, namely West Cambourne and Bourne Airfield. Policy H9 actually refers to the delivery of self-build and custom-build on all sites of 20 or more dwellings, rather than on smaller sites. The council already has acknowledged to the planning inspectorate that it has up to 325 self-build plots could come forward at Waterbeach and that 40 will come forward at North Stowe. The shortage of self-build plots should not and must not lead to the granting of planning permission in unsustainable rural locations that have been determined by the local plan. Finally, a number of recent planning appeal decisions made by the planning inspector clarified the situation with respect to the preeminence of the development plan in determining self-build planning applications. In an appeal decision on 5 self-build dwellings in Orwell, the inspector said that great weight to the resulting conflict should be given to the resulting conflict with the development plan policies. In an appeal for 6 self-build dwellings in Longstow, the inspector concluded that the proposal would conflict with the development plan as a whole. And finally, in an appeal decision for up to 9 self-build dwellings in Falmere, the inspector concluded that there was no material considerations which indicate that the decision should be made other than in the accordance with the development plan.
Thank you very much. Okay, have we any questions for Mr. O'Brien? Councillor O'Brien, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. You mentioned the lack of footpath from the site and the fact that people would need to use cars. We've been told that there's a bus stop within 2 minutes walk. Are you able to describe that route from the site to the bus stop? Is there a footpath or?
There are no footpaths in the area. You cross the road to access the bus stop. The bus stop referred to, which is the 18, we're talking about 2 buses a day. And the other bus stop is across the 1198 if you want to head north. And that is a bus stop that takes you up to Seny. It is no reasonable, there's no way you could describe this as quality public transport, basically. Two number 18s a day, and the C2, which takes you, it doesn't take you to Bourne, first of all, and they talked about the proximity to Bourne. The issue of 8-minute cycle to Bourne on the B1046, which is 60 miles an hour with no footpath and no cycle path, is frankly ludicrous.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Don't see any. No. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien, Dr. Councillor O'Brien. Now we come to the debate. Can I have, does anybody wish to comment, any councillors wish to comment on the debate? Okay, Councillor Hawke.
Thank you, Chair. I will speak as local member and start the debate at the same time, if that's okay with you. This, of course, has come to committee because it's of sensitive nature to the residents of both Longstow and Bourne, as you've heard from both parish councillors. And of course, the fact that the B1046 is one that we know locally is a difficult road, quite fast. There are no footpaths and there are no cycleways along it. And in fact, I've had contact with Wysing Arts Centre, who have a number of times requested for potentially funds from other developments where, we could have footpaths or cycle paths installed. So in terms of access, in some respects, yes, you can get in your car, you'll get there, get to Bourne in 5 minutes, 3 minutes, according to Google. But it's not a safe road to cycle or walk. Hence my questioning of Mr. Lyons earlier on. But of course, in planning terms, it seems it is okay. And of course, we're here considering this application on planning terms. But it's useful also to know the non-planning situation. In terms of its location, yes, it's outside the framework. But as you saw when we had the site visit, it's got houses north, south, east, and west of it. Now, we've had quotes of applications which have been determined by inspectors on self-built houses, some outside the framework, some accepted, some not accepted. So it seems to be, depends on the inspector. And I suppose what side of the bed they got out from that morning. However, in material terms, other than the objection from the conservation officer who states that there is less than substantial harm, the issue of less than substantial harm needs to be weighed against the benefits of a development of 5 self-built houses on this site. The less than substantial, I think, is mitigated by the fact that we've got the proposal to keep the trees that have the TPO, so we've got the vegetation screening it. The density proposed is not high. In fact, I think there's a figure in here somewhere, but I can't remember what it is. So it's almost like there's a landscape-led design potentially with this, which means that the urbanization effect is not as high potentially as the conservation officer might have thought. In my view, that's a mitigation that, okay, we can look at in the balance. Can we have the balance up again, please? Now, of course, the main reason why this is here is because the proposal is for self-build, not for market housing. And we know we have a shortage of self-build plots. That is a very significant point, and I think that carries significant weight. In terms of the adverse effects and the issues raised by the parish councils, I completely hear them. And as I've said in the past, at the end of the day, we look at these issues on material planning considerations. There's a lot of advantage, other than the significance of the contributing to the to the self-built. We're okay with 5-year housing land supply, please. We've got 6.1 years, okay? 2023 to 2028. This will go towards providing additional self-built plots. The BNG that will be achieved is much higher than we would normally ask for. And I think, in my view, highways for me would have been the big no. But we do not have, we've heard from the highways officer, they have no objections. Again, on material planning terms, although I'm still concerned about that. But with the way things are, the information we've got in front of us, I think this should be approved. Thank you.
Do I have any other contributions to the debate? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just one thing I wanted to clarify before we sort of go a bit further into the debate, which we've had on previous self-build plots. If this were to be approved in line with the office recommendation, what are the safeguards to ensure that, as we've heard, there's some concern about developer involvement, that they are genuine self-build? On a previous site, I think it was that it can only be one person registered, and that we had some sort of safeguarding in place. I'm just wondering if that applies here, just because that has been raised. If I could have an answer to that, and then I'll give my comments on the application, Chair.
I'll come back on that if that's okay. So the officer recommendation is subject to a Section 106 legal agreement that will cover the self-build, and there'll be a protected 3-year period from occupation as well, that the residents have to be on the self-build register locally, and then they have to live in the property for 3 years, which would be part of the heads of terms of the Section 106.
Thank you, because I know there's often a lot of concern, and understandably, around the self-build and how it could be used in a more commercial basis. I think all councils always have this horrible, difficult situation on planning committee where we do have local knowledge. We obviously put a lot of steer into local knowledge, and then we have the technical advice, which Councillor Hawkins sort of highlighted earlier. I know there's one in my patch that says there's never any issues across roads, and yet we know that pretty much every week a car will end up in a ditch or something, but the police don't get told because the farmer goes and drags it out the ditch or whatever happens afterwards. We've got very busy mechanics in my patch from that area, and yet it says no accidents. So there is that issue between reporting and what comes through. But as you say, we're looking at it through a planning perspective, which means that it's a frustrating position to be in on that. I can understand the applicant's desire to, want to make the best use of their land, and particularly if you've got family, it's incredibly hard to get family on the property ladder. And I think we all sympathise on that, but that in itself is not a material consideration that we can take into play. Who's going to be occupying the houses in that manner, because it could be anybody on that register. When I look at this application, and I think of it on the basis of it not being self-built, or that we had enough self-built plots, I think to myself, would I feel comfortable with 5 on that plot of land? I think it'd fit, but I do think, for me, that isn't a particularly nice stretch of road, and it does come back to that. And would I feel comfortable voting on that if we had all of the, we were up to date with the amount of self-builds? And I think the answer is no. And so then that brings me on to, do I then think that the lack of self-build plots available gives significant weight to overcome my concerns on the reverse? And that's the really difficult one for me. I'm very much firm that I wouldn't in other circumstances. However, I do think a good case has been made we have appeals for giving approvals from the officer, but also appeals where that was presented by the parish council about ways that the inspector's gone another way. So I think I'm going to vote how I would feel comfortable. I have too many concerns. We've already heard there's been an accident that's had life-changing consequences, and it may just be one, but the ramifications for everybody that come from that, it's never a nice experience. So I'm most likely to weigh it up that I will not support the application.
Thank you very much. Any other? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair, and to somewhat echo Councillor Williams's comments, there are a couple of things that, firstly, anyone who puts up the number 18 bus timetable as an example of sustainable public transport, no, I'll just introduce you to a few of my residents who've been let down by that particular service, and if it is only 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, that's their day blown away. Having visited the site, I'm still not comfortable with the idea that 22% BNG can be achieved within the existing foliage, as it were. Happy to be proved wrong, but it seems a large gain for what's already a fairly well-treed, vegetated area. But in grand scheme of things, 5 new dwellings, infill dwellings in amongst the existing buildings isn't going to have a huge impact, and likewise it's not going to generate that much extra transport. My finger is still wavering over which button to press, but those are my concerns.
Councillor Handley.
This is a tough one for me. I've just been driving up and down the roads around this using Google Maps, and it doesn't look to me to be particularly sustainable. You go an awful long way before you come to anything that you describe as facilities. You know, as Councillor said earlier, you know, there are places on the roads where there's no footpath. I think this really gives me trouble. I mean, notwithstanding what officers are arguing, you know, because of the self-build, I get that. I really do get that. But this really troubles me. And at the moment, unless I hear any more killer comments, my view is it's probably one I can't support.
Have we any other comments? Peter, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I start on the question of self-build. The fact is we are at present a vanguard authority and we are a long way behind our targets, I would say to an unacceptable extent. Whilst there are proposals on other sites that might involve a certain number of self-build sites being brought forward, we considered one earlier this morning where there were just 3 self-build sites on a much larger site. And of course, there are different responses given by different inspectors. But we have to look at the response of an inspector on this site. We are, and in the next door village, we are so well behind that we have to give substantial weight to self-build proposals, including beyond the development framework. And this is beyond the development framework. I, like some others, visited the site. We met with our case officer who bicycled there only recently. And I didn't see a problem with the sustainability. It is close to 2 villages. It's not a site where I think it will do any damage to the landscape. I am persuaded on the biodiversity question. We did, after all, hear from our ecologist on this, from Sharon Yardy. And that also persuades me that the impact on, I think it's called Fox's Farm to the north, the listed buildings to the north, would be insubstantial. I know the technical term is used there, but I side with the case officer rather than the conservation officer on this point. I don't think that damage would be substantial. And therefore, I don't think we have reasons here to disagree with the officer's recommendation, and therefore I would be inclined to vote in favour of this.
Okay, well, I can, there's nobody else? I can, Councillor Hawkins.
Sorry, thank you for letting me come back. One of the things that I was going to read, which I forgot, was about the fact that there wasn't Section 106, and that's because the combined square footage of the buildings was going to be less than 1,000 square meters. The issue is, okay, you know, that might be the case, and then if it does go ahead, further down the line, you might then have somebody wanting to extend it. Is it possible to remove the permitted development? So that anything that needs to be added or wants to be added will come back.
If we can just come back on that one, so there is a recommendation on the conditions to remove permitted development rights. The section 106 is for the self-build, to retain them as self-build. There are no contributions required because it's combined less than 1,000 square metres of floor space, including the garages, and there is a condition to restrict it to that as well. There would actually be nothing to stop future residents putting in a planning application to do extensions because we've removed the permitted development rights, and as long as that didn't take it overall to less than 1,000 square or to more than 1,000 square metres, that wouldn't be an issue. But if it would result in any of the individual houses being more than 200 square metres, including the garages, or in total being more than 1,000 square metres, they would need to come back to vary this original permission and the original outline to remove that condition.
Thank you for that. It's just, I mean, I think the very first multi-site, self-build site was in my ward, in Caldecott, and I remember we went through that as well at the time. So yes, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Councillor Hackwood.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to clarify the response that was just given. So we're saying if the site overall, because the extensions goes over the 1,000 metres, so does that mean that the first couple, there's 5 on there, the first 2 that do it, they're fine, but the third one, when they come to do exactly the same as the other 2, then get stumped?
So there's a condition, sorry Chair, through you, there's a condition, I'm just trying to find which number it is now, that restricts each property to 200 square metres, and then plus the site overall to no more than 1,000 square metres of floor space, including the garages. So each one individually can go up to 200 square metres without needing to come back to vary this original permission by removing that condition.
Okay, so even if they came back with a planning application, they could only go up to 200 metres? Because it was a bit when you said, or the 1,000, then I then thought of, you know, the poor person that comes along last and then they end up with everything else. But it seems like, and can we can do that? We can sort of, yes, we haven't.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not a case of, we've always said that you have permissions and we have conditions, but they can be removed at any time or other applications can come in and the like.
So if, for example, once these properties were established and someone did seek to extend one of their properties over 200 square metres, they would need to come in and vary that original condition. And in order to vary that initial condition, they would need to provide suitable evidence as to why that was acceptable. And one of those criteria would primarily be you would need to contribute Section 106.
Just to add on, that would be contribute Section 106 for the site as a whole, not that individual plot. So they'd need to work out across the site as a whole.
Which would be a big disincentive. So comment. Vanessa.
I just want to make it clear that contributions won't kick in at the moment because I believe this site is 999 square metres. Once it hits that 1,000, those contributions will kick in. Yeah, basically. This site cannot go above 1,000 square metres without contributions being required. That's why those conditions have been imposed.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Just to clarify, so because it's 999, all 5, potentially, if anybody wants to increase that and it hits 101, all those 5 will have to contribute Section 106.
So at the minute, we don't have details of size, scale, layout, etc. It's outlined for 5 properties. So in order to keep it below 999 square metres or below, there's a condition to restrict each property because there's 5.
Which is the condition 13.
Condition 13, thank you for finding it for me, to 200 square metres. We don't know how big the footprint of each property, including the garage, is proposed to be because as yet we don't have that detail because it's outline only. So each property, each plot can go up to 200 square metres, including a garage. And then if each individual property wants to go beyond that, they'll need to come back to remove this condition, and then that will trigger a review of contributions required for the site as a whole.
Thank you. Have we, okay, I can finally make my comments. I think if this site had been normal development, not market development, as it's been commented, I think it would be very difficult to approve it. It's outside the development framework, it's in the countryside, even though it can be looked at as infill because it's surrounded by developments on all sides. It's quite a nice, it's relatively isolated location. So the question is whether so the key issue obviously is the self-built housing. You know, we are way behind, as Councillor Fain has commented, on the supply that we should be providing as a vanguard authority. And we're being told it should be a high priority. Other applications where we've lost an appeal, the inspector has gone in favour of development, for instance, one in Neesworth where, for 9 houses, which was actually adjoining the development framework and was refused on arguments that it was outside the development framework and not appropriate, have been lost. So that we know that the precedents are not terribly optimistic about being able. We've got to really give a very high allocation to this. And this site is actually completely surrounded by development, which was unlike the one in Neesworth. It's smaller, and the other aspects seem to be good. We have to accept the ecology officer's advice on biodiversity in that game. I imagine from what was said that one of the aspects was removing all the remaining horse manure from the area so that could be planted up. So that probably is quite an element in the biodiversity in that game, and that would be a benefit. I agree with the case officer's view regarding impact upon the adjoining listed buildings, the nearby listed buildings. There's a big screen of vegetation along the road. It's low density, and that screening could be augmented during the actual detailed design process. We're only looking at the outline and the access at this moment. So really, we have not got the support of the highways officer regarding highways. It's not an ideal, certainly not an ideal location. I can see why they're concerned about it, but it is a 40-mile-an-hour limit at that point. And we work upon the legal framework speed limits when assessing it. So I have to accept the advice on that we've been given. So I've come to the conclusion that we have to accept the application before us, and the grounds are, to me, seem significant. I think, actually, I'm not sure about the material planning considerations, but I think the fact that he might be providing for family might be an issue that we are able to consider, but no, you don't think so? Okay, fine, we can't. I've taken advice on that. So that we can, but generally I feel that though there is a certain degree of unsatisfactoriness about it, we're probably not going to get many more suitable sites in the countryside that we can have, which intrude more into the open countryside outside the built-up area. And this is a small built-up area surrounding it. So I think I will, on balance, I come to the view that we should approve this. Okay, are we ready to go to a vote? I propose then that we go to a vote. So we'll have a second there. Seconded by Councillor Fain. Thank you. Sorry, the vote is to the recommendation to approve is to agree to the officer's recommendations, to reject is to oppose, to go for refusal. Thank you.
Saying the instructions again, apparently we've got something wrong.
Sorry, just to confirm it, if you're voting in favour, you're voting to agree to the officer's recommendation to approve the application. If you're voting against, you're voting to refuse the application. Okay, just one more. That's one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So that is 6 votes to 1 with 1 abstention to approve the application in accordance with the officer's recommendation.
Now, how's the time doing? We've got... We have a 10-minute break and then we'll come back for the final few minutes, okay? Okay, fine. Now welcome back to the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. We're now item 9 on the agenda, a TPO at Shepworth. This is a provisional tree preservation order at 29 Station Road, Shepworth. Shepworth Parish Council has requested a provisional TPO to be served for one early mature oak situated on private land. As per the Council's constitution, non-emergency TPOs must be brought to the committee for permission to serve provisional and confirmed orders. It is for the committee to decide whether it is expedient in the interests of amenity to make provision for the preservation of the tree, and the officer's recommendation is to approve the issuing of a non-emergency provisional TPO. Adrian Sargent is the presenting officer. Over to you, Adrian. Oh, sorry. Before we go ahead, I should thank you for reminding me. We are now reaching 4 hours of session. We need to have a resolution to extend the session beyond 4 hours. Can I have a proposer?
I propose that we do so.
Seconded from Councillor Hawkins. Can I do it by affirmation?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Over to you, Adrian.
Okay, good afternoon. Just to share my screen. Could you please confirm that you can see the slideshow?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Adrian. Sorry.
Fantastic. All right, so this is the seek consent for the creation of a provisional TPO on behalf of Shepworth Parish Council of one semi-mature oak tree. The provisional TPO will give statutory protection to the oak tree for 6 months, allowing for representations and objections in consideration to confirming of the TPO. The recommendations to serve the provisional TPO are based on amenity and an arboricultural assessment as evidenced within the TPO tree evaluation report and information provided by Shepworth Parish Council. Starting with the location of the oak tree in regards to the Shepworth village setting. Image 1, the left-hand image, is a wider map of Shepworth. The green arrow indicating the location of the oak tree along the northern access road into the village. Image 2 is a closer aerial imagery highlighting the oak tree as T1. Given the tree's location and prominence, it is fully visible from Shepworth train station car park and access road to Shepworth Wildlife Park on the opposite side of the road. Some information regarding tree species and historical information. As part of the assessment and evaluation process to determine if the tree qualifies for a TPO, one particular criteria is the historical and cultural importance. Historical information was provided by Shepworth Parish Council. The image shown on the left of the slide is believed to be the oak tree in question, being planted in 1975. As described in the image, the parent tree is believed to be an oak tree planted by Sir Winston Churchill at Churchill College, Cambridge. The image on the right-hand side is the oak tree in Shepworth in question, known as the Churchill oak from last year in its semi-mature state. So what follows is a collection of photos of the tree within the street setting. Images show the tree's location and relationship immediately along Station Road. Given its location, the tree is fully visible immediately to the train station car park and the nearby wildlife park, meaning that it cannot be missed and very noticeable along the main road leading into Shepworth. The oak tree's prominence contributes to the leafy setting of the immediate landscape, and with mind to the tree species, it has the potential to contribute to the immediate canopy cover for over 100 years or more, given the opportunity. In terms of the tree's general condition, it is considered the oak tree is within the early mature stage of its life cycle and is of good health. Oh, excuse me, jumping ahead there. Continuing with the tree's contribution to the street setting, images on this slide capture the oak tree's position along Station Road on the approach to the level crossing from the village. Again, the tree is clearly prominent. During the summer months, the tree's canopy would create a dappling shade along the footpath and the road whilst vehicles wait for the level crossing to reopen. The closer image of the tree captures the trunk and the limbs formation, forming the tree's upper crown growing from the lower base. This is quite unusual to see from a street tree because normally at an early stage through tree management, these limbs would have been pruned off, creating a clear stem. So to summarise, Shepworth Parish Council would like to preserve the tree through the protection of a TPO, as is evidence that the tree has historical and landscape importance to the village and has the potential to continue for years to come. This is further demonstrated and supported through my tempo assessment report, concluding that the tree has high amenity value and worthy of TPO. Therefore, the proposal is for the consent from Planning Committee to issue a provisional TPO.
Okay, have we any questions for the tree officer? Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I was just wondering why it would be provisional and not permanent.
Oh, it's a good question. It starts off out as a provisional. The provisional allows to collate more information, and then we'll come back to get consent to for confirmation of the TPO.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Shall we? Do we have any other debate that people wish to make? So we go straight to the vote. Okay, I vote. I propose, and Councillor Hawkins seconds. So we go to a vote, please.
By affirmation.
Vanessa, would you be content to take this by affirmation? I have no concern. So.
Okay, can I take it by affirmation?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. Now we go to the...
Ask if any against.
Sorry, were there any against? No. Okay. Now we go to another TPO at Foxton. The provisional TPA preservation order at Hall Close, adjacent to 57 Station Road, Foxton. Foxton Parish Council has requested a provisional TPO to be served for one mature oak outside of a private property. The officer's recommendation is to approve the issuing of a non-emergency provisional TPO. Adrian, you're the presenting officer, can you take us through this, please?
Yeah, certainly. So this is to seek consent for the creation of a provisional TPO on behalf of Foxton Parish Council of one mature oak tree located at Hall Close, Foxton. The provisional TPO will give statutory protection to the oak tree for 6 months to allow for further consideration to confirm the TPO order. The recommendations to serve the provisional TPO are based on assessment and conclusions within the tree evaluation report and Foxton Parish Council TPO request application. So starting with the location of the oak tree in relation to the Foxton village setting. Image 1 is a general wider map of Foxton. The green arrow indicates the location of the oak tree, which is situated north of the village, close to Foxton train station and the A10. Image 2 is a magnified map, giving a more accurate point of the oak tree position within Hall Close, highlighted as T1. Hall Close is a non-through road, primarily used by residents to the street. However, the tree is visible from the wider landscape, especially from the main access road into the village, known as Station Road, east of the tree. So again, tree historical information. As part of the assessment and evaluation process to determine if the tree qualifies for TPO, one particular criteria is historical and cultural importance. Historical information was sought. In this instance, historical OS mapping recorded of the area was found to show an individual tree plotted near to the location of the oak tree, which is ringed yellow on the left-hand side image. The OS map is dated 1886, and potentially the tree was part of the Foxton Hall estate. So, given the estimated age of the tree being around 200 years old and the location, It's highly likely that the individual tree, in fact, is the oak tree in question. The image on the right-hand side is a modern OS map of the same area with the oak tree highlighted. So these are photos taken as part of my site visit. Both images are of the oak tree showing its grand prominence immediately within Hall Close. Given its location is immediately visible from public points, its crown is seen from a distance along Station Road. Given the tree's size and its maturity, it is considered to be a landmark within the landscape to those using the nearby train station and those travelling to and from the heart of the village. The oak tree is a true native species, believed to be a pedunculin oak, that's English oak. Such species have high connection to ecology importance, supporting wildlife. Furthermore, English oak trees are known to be deeply connected to historical and cultural importance. And this tree clearly has historical importance to the village. With the mind to the tree's general condition, it is considered that the oak tree is within a later stage of its life cycle. With mind to the tree species and the general appearance, the tree has the potential to live up to 100 years or possibly more. So the tree is located outside the village conservation area, meaning the tree has no legal protection and an air of vulnerability. So the oak tree within the wider landscape. This image is from the top junction of Hall Close to the station connected to Station Road. The oak tree's canopy is prominent within the landscape, and probably more so in the summer months when fallen leaf of being an example of a grand native oak tree. So to summarise, the oak tree is of high amenity value. It's prominent within the landscape, and it is worthy of a TPO. Therefore, the proposal is for the consent for Planning Committee to issue a provisional TPO.
Thank you very much. Have we any questions for Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, that's one I was going to ask to put up. I noticed the fence. Now, can we have the picture back up, please?
Yeah, sorry, certainly.
I noticed the fence that is right next to it. Is that concrete base, or is it just?
Here?
Yeah.
So yeah, you've got a fence line with, I guess it's what do you call it, a concrete base. But in terms of it having any impact or effect to the tree, it's questionable. If that's where you're going with that.
Yeah, I mean, I was just wanting to clarify whether or not it's affecting the root, and if that is.
Given the tree's age and how long it's been there, and I mean, obviously we don't know how long that fence has been there, but it would be minimal, considering looking at the tree's vitality and overall health.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Fane.
Could I ask we go back to the other photograph of the tree in the wider landscape?
Yeah, that's. Is this the one?
That's the one, yes. You mentioned this tree is not protected by being in a conservation area. How close is the conservation area? I'm just wondering whether the tree on the right in that photograph is either in the conservation area or protected in some other way.
That's a good question. I can't provide that information right now.
Fair enough. It's not relevant to this application.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any comments, any debate? Can we go straight to a vote on this? I propose we go to vote, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. Can we do it by affirmation again? Are we all agreed to support, agree to it? Thank you. Thank you very much. Any against? No. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. That is approved. Now we Thank you very much, Adrian. Okay.
Thank you.
There we are now. Item number 11 on the agenda, compliance. Chris Braybrook, the enforcement officer, will join us online. Thank you very much, Chris.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Just a quick update this month. I think last time that I attended committee myself, I wasn't at the last one, but the one I attended before that, I advised you that I thought that there would be around 800 new compliance cases for 2023. That figure was actually 798, so I wasn't a million miles off. So that gives you that was the figures for South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place on my documentation, just looking at the statistical reports. You asked at the last committee in December, I think, for the priorities to be added to the report for priority A, B and C and what that means. Hopefully you've seen that I've added that to the report. That's at page 228 into 229, and I will leave those on the reports going forwards to remind everyone the priority cases that enforcement have and how we deal with those. And then moving on ever so slightly, we've been providing you with new statistics going forwards, and some of those are Appendix 3 of my report. So open cases less than 6 months old, we now have 232. I've given a breakdown of the priorities of those where the priority system came in November when we first started that. So we've got one priority A, 12 priority Bs and 88 priority Cs. We've got 363 cases that are more than 6 months old, and we don't have statistical data for the priorities of those cases at the moment because the system was priority system was implemented less than 6 months ago. And I think that probably covers my my update, just if there's any questions.
Councillor Hawke, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So just on what you just said about the cases open more than 6 months, bless you. I appreciate the new system, like say, you haven't got those priorities. But as those are currently sort of in the 5th month to next month will then go over 6 months, will you then give us a breakdown of sort of those before the new period and then the priority rating for those more than 6 months? Sort of, so eventually we get to a situation where we've got categories for that as well.
Yeah, that will happen. I believe you may have asked a question, Councillor Williams, previously about whether we could go back and put in the priorities for the older cases. I have had a quick look at that. Unfortunately, I can't do that. The situation is that in order to put priorities onto the caseloads, we've had to repurpose part of the database. And previously that part of the database was doing something else. This is a bit complicated. It's about the fields that you fill in, and that would mean removing information out. So we will just have to wait for those cases to progress, get older, and for them to then come onto the statistics naturally. Hopefully that made sense, or it was sort of, clear what I was trying to say there.
Yeah, no, thank you, it does. I think my question previously was if we could just know if there were any priority A's that were over 6 months, because we were that's sort of the bit where, which I appreciate you wouldn't be able to log them, but you may have an idea of how many, what we would now call a priority A that are more than 6 months old.
Possibly. It's not recorded anyway. It would require us to go through the backlist and see what types of breaches we've got. Obviously they might be priority A's, but as you can appreciate, that some of those do take lengthy periods of time to sort out. So it kind of, won't be representative of whether something hasn't happened or not. But I can certainly have a look to see whether we can provide some kind of information on that without digging too far into it.
Thank you, that'd be really good, because it just gives us, of those 363 cases, it gives us more of a scope to be able to gather sort of where we're at. If it's lots in priority C, obviously priority is important, but it gives us a bit of a steer as a committee as to where things are at. So I think that's really helpful if you're able to, a bit of a warning. My husband always described his ball patch as like a rain early warning sensor. So I'm sort of looking for the same in planning enforcement here, I think, is the idea.
Okay, yeah, no worries, no problem.
Do you have any comments upon the high priority cases that we should be made aware of, or do you feel it's relevant?
I don't know, not at this moment in time. To be honest with you, high priority cases actually few and far between. There are more serious cases whereby obviously someone is removing a tree preservation order tree, or some destructive works are taking place to obviously a listed building. We are fortunate that generally speaking our constituents are reasonably well behaved in that respect, and we don't have too much of that, thankfully. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, have we no more further questions? We'll move on now to item. Where have I put it? Okay, sorry, we'll note the report. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, now we come on to appeals, and Rebecca, would you please present the appeals report?
I have nothing further to add really to what's on the in the report. There's the list of decisions that we've had recently within the last month in December, and then those that we've received. There was only one received in December that at Tevisham Way. But if anybody's got any questions about any particular appeals, please do let me know, and I can come back to you with them as I did last month.
There was an appeal. Sorry, Councillor Fane.
Sorry to jump in, Chair. Now, there's a question relating to, on page 239, near the bottom, EN 33523, the Navigator, High Street, Little Shelford. That pub is an ACV, has recently been declared. There's an appeal against enforcement because the extraction unit necessary for the kitchen doesn't have planning permission. I suspect that appeal may be withdrawn because the kitchens have now closed as a result of this and moved to another site. That does draw into question the viability of the ACV pub. But I don't know whether it has in fact been withdrawn or whether they're going to continue with the appeal.
Thank you. I'll make a note, but as yet we haven't had notice that it's been withdrawn, unless Chris has got any more up-to-date information than me, but he's gone.
I was just going to ask if there's any further news. There was an appeal that I referred to in the previous application about a Neesworth for housing, self-built housing, which we lost and we refused, and there was an issue about costs. Have we had any further information upon that?
Is that the one at Bassingbourne?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Land south of the Causeway?
Yeah.
So a JR has been filed by the council with the court, but we're waiting an update from the court. So we've filed our request to judicially review on the basis of the inspector misinterpreting some supporting text, in our opinion, in the local plan and failing to take account of material considerations.
So we're appealing against the decision or the cost decision?
The decision and the cost award.
Okay, thank you. It's useful to know. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I don't know why is mine doing that. We just seem to have a lot more appeals than we used to have in the past, and I was just curious whether it's people are more prepared to appeal or whether there's another reason. No.
Sorry, I can't answer that one. In terms of the actual number of appeals received, we've only got one lodged in December. So, but it's the appeals awaiting a decision from the inspectorate that's the ever-growing list. Unfortunately, we've got problem it's not just us, the whole country has problems in terms of getting decisions from the planning inspectorate. They're taking a lot longer than they used to historically. So there's only one appeal received, but yeah, the list is ever growing of those awaiting decision.
Okay, because it just seemed a very long list compared to when I was on planning committee a couple of years ago. But yeah, that explains it. Thank you.
The appeal for the Darwin Green site, which is currently going ahead, are you happy about that is proceeding? Have you any report back on that?
It only started this week. I have not had any chance to look at it. I've been in here today rather than being able to watch it. But it is being broadcast, so we can watch online if we want to. But as yet, I've not heard anything.
Because that is clearly going to be quite a significant appeal. Councillor Hawkins.
Oh, thank you. It's just following on from what Councillor Wilson said. I was just looking at the list here, and 2 on that list, waiting decision, is on one site in my ward. So they put in applications to do 2 different things. They got refused on those 2 different things, and they've gone to appeal on those 2 different applications for the single site, which is interesting.
I think one of the ones that I updated on in between last month's committee and this month's committee, we actually had to have everything with pins in the middle of July, and it took until last week to get a decision from them. So it's taken 6-7 months to get appeal decisions at the minute.
Any other comments? Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, we'll note the report. Date of the next meeting is on the Wednesday, the 14th of February. And with that, I close the meeting and welcome you. Look forward to seeing you on the 14th. Thank you very much.